Chapter 22. Han Fei snuck to the ghost blade clam immediately, picked up the ghost bead, and left. Han Fei was overjoyed when he came to the purple bamboo tree. He was about to uproot the tree. It was more like a straight stick than a tree. It wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Han Fei concentrated spiritual energy on his hands and finally uprooted the tree with all his strength. Hardly had he pulled it out when the purple bamboo fruit fell. For a moment, Han Fei felt that he was intoxicated. The fruit was emitting such an intense fragrance. The fragrance of the fruit spread on his skin, penetrated his blood, and entered his mouth. However, Han Fei was panicking. He almost couldn't stand the intense smell, not to mention the fish at the bottom of the sea. Also, he was covered in blood. He saw dozens of big green crabs crawling to the coral reefs. Goodoo! Han Fei stuffed the fruit into his mouth and was about to run away. However, the moment the purple bamboo fruit entered his body, the heat surged in his body, and he couldn't run anymore. Han Fei felt that he was cooked. His skin turned red, and he couldn't have been hotter. That kind of scorching energy caused the gourd on his wrist to continuously shine, and a large amount of energy entered through his wrist. Han Fei, on the other hand, felt that his muscles were tightened as if he were being baptized. His body became solid, and his blood was running so fast that he could almost hear the sound of it. Han Fei couldn't move, but he saw that hundreds of big green crabs were staring at him and clamping their pincers. Then, after a crisp sound, Han Fei felt that he had made a breakthrough, and his body was slightly better. At this moment, the green crabs were densely packed. Han Fei trembled. The energy in his body was still on a rampage. Part of it entered his wrist, and part of it flowed inside his body. It seemed to be absorbed crazily by his body that had just made a breakthrough. Although Han Fei wasn't in a good condition, he could move now. He had no time to care about that. Apart from the big green crabs, the few big black fish, dozens of meters above his head, also extended their fishing rods. Caught by Han Fei's hook, the big black fish tried to escape in pain and swam upward with Han Fei. After swimming only dozens of meters, the big black fish seemed to realize that it couldn't run away anymore and crashed into Han Fei. Shoot! Bang! Han Fei's internal organs were all over the place, and he vomited a mouthful of air. He's already breathed out. Han Fei has reached his limit. He has to take a breath. Han Fei struggled to hold the big black fish, but he seemed to have scratched the scales and cut his hands. Go up! Han Fei stabbed the dagger into the fish's head. Feeling the pain, the big black fish tried to escape again, but its head was controlled by Han Fei, so it could only swim upwards. Han Fei looked back, only to see a dense swarm of fish chasing after him. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. The big black fish was extremely fast, and in just a few dozen breaths it broke through the water and jumped up. Han Fei quickly took a deep breath. Then he saw that the fishing boat hundreds of meters away was still intact. Why was this fishing boat so sturdy? Go! Go! With a dagger in its head, the big black fish couldn't do anything to Han Fei at all. It could only run in the direction Han Fei guided it to. Quick, quick, quick! It could be said that he was racing against time. Just now a big mouth bit his calf. Hoo! Han Fei screamed. Not daring to knock the fish off his foot, he tried his best to control the big black fish below him. When he was about 100 meters away from the fishing boat, Han Fei swung the fishing rod hard and hooked it firmly to the boat. Pulled by spiritual energy, Han Fei finally got on the boat. The big black fish behind him had already been eaten. Bang, bang, bang! After a dozen blows, the big black fish on his foot was finally beaten to death. But it still didn't let go. Han Fei forced it open. Hoo, hoo, hoo! Having no time to care about the blood on his calf, Han Fei lay on the fishing boat with his arms and legs stretched out. It was 2F** King dangerous. In just dozens of minutes, he felt that he was going to die many times. It was a miracle that he survived. A few minutes later, Han Fei sat up in excitement. He felt that his body was full of pure muscle strength and explosive force. When he clenched his fists, they were cracking. Han Fei looked at his wrist. The calabash was still flashing, but nothing changed after a long time, so he checked the data. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 682, 159. Spiritual heritage level 1. High quality, upgradable. Main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level. Divine quality. Han Fei was stunned. He took a deep breath. Damn it. I've lost more than 800 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei gasped. If it were someone else, they would have been killed many times. Even he would be doomed if he ran out of spiritual energy. Besides, he had a purple bamboo fruit, which contained a lot of spiritual energy. But now, he only had less than 700 points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei weighed the purple bamboo tree in his hand and couldn't help but smile. He wondered how it would compare to a bamboo stick. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sharp pain in his palm. He quickly opened his hand, only to be dumbfounded. In his palm, a green calabash grew out of his body. The delicate calabash was slightly smaller than an apple, with a tender leaf at the top. It's real? Han Fei's eyes widened. How did the calabash grow out? He flicked it with his finger, only to find that the calabash didn't move at all. Then, to his surprise, he found that the calabash seemed to be stuck to his hand and couldn't be shaken off. Han Fei curiously put the calabash in front of his eyes and observed it up and down. Suddenly, a light flashed, and then Han Fei found himself in a dark void. Around him, countless complicated words were floating up and down. In front of him, 2 lines of words were erected. Han Fei couldn't read the words, but he recognized the 2 lines, or rather, the 2 words. Refining. Forge the universe. Among them, refining was the most dazzling and eye-catching. In contrast, forge the universe was lackluster. Other than that, Han Fei could sense some other words around him, but these words were now scattered. They were all densely packed tiny patterns that he could not recognize at all. Refining? Han Fei thought of something and understood it in his head. Activating this function required 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was relieved. 2,000 points of spiritual energy was not a big deal. Then, Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe. If refining meant to refine weapons, what did Forge the Universe mean? Shoot, 10,000 points of spiritual energy? Why don't you just rob a bank? Han Fei scoffed. Are you kidding me? Where can I get so much spiritual energy? I'll have to drink more than 200 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei was lost for words. He had been excited for a long time, thinking that the demon purification pot would undergo drastic changes after absorbing the energy of the purple bamboo fruit, but it still required spiritual energy. Since he didn't have enough spiritual energy, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. When he opened his eyes, he found that the calabash in his hand was gone. As he thought of it, the calabash popped up again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Interesting. This must be a divine weapon, right? It must be. I have to keep it a secret. Han Fei finally glanced at the big black fish next to him. Name young ironhead fish, level 8 quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 42 points, effect, long-term consumption, can increase one's strength, collectible, ironhead fish brain can promote energy absorption and strengthen one's body quality, absorbable, ironhead fish? Did I come to the level 1 fishery? Ironhead fish was a fish that usually appeared in the level 1 fishery. It was a dangerous fish that liked to hit people and boats with its head. However, this ironhead fish seemed much smaller than the ones he had seen before. Under normal circumstances, one's bones could be crushed if one was hit by this fish. Han Fei immediately remembered that he was bumped into in the sea. Not to mention how painful it was it almost knocked the sh*t out of him. Suddenly, he knocked the fish's head with the purple bamboo. Clang! Han Fei knocked it again, this time with great strength. Seeing that the fish's head was deflated, Han Fei took a long breath in relief. It was indeed very hard. If it were an adult iron-head fish, its head would have been crushed. It seemed that he was lucky that he was still in an ordinary fishery. If he were in the level 1 fishery, he wouldn't have dared to fish. Han Fei was seriously injured, mainly because of the corrosion of the sea serpent's stomach acid. In the end, he was hit by the iron-head fish cub. He felt that his internal organs were all twisted. His calf was bitten and bleeding. The wound is healing? When Han Fei wanted to check the wound on his calf, he accidentally discovered that the wound on his calf had shrunk a lot. A moment later, the wound was even smaller, and the corroded flesh was growing again. Could it be? Is it the effect of the snake gallbladder? Or the purple bamboo fruit? Several minutes later, when Han Fei calmed down, he felt that his eyes and ears were clearer, and his body felt soft and comfortable as if warm water were running through it. About an hour later, Han Fei stood up and warmed himself up, only to feel refreshed. His wounds had mostly recovered. At this speed, he would be back to his peak state in another hour. But immediately, Han Fei's face dropped. The coral rod, the fine iron rod, the turtle shell, and the sea serpent skin were gone. However, the ghost pearl that he picked up in the mouth of the ghost blade clam seemed to be nourishing his veins. Should he eat it? Forget it. I'll keep it for now. I'd better wait for my body to recover. Han Fei couldn't help but daydream. There were too many treasures at the bottom of the ocean. Clams almost covered the bottom of the ocean. Hundreds of green crabs, Oncomelania hopped here and there, and corals piled up into mountains. Damn it! I'll definitely save a few thousand points of spiritual energy when I reach a high level and go down again. Han Fei would have been regarded as a lunatic if other people knew what he was thinking. Even great fishing masters didn't have a few thousand points of spiritual energy, not to mention high-level fishers. Han Fei did not know that the human bones he saw at the bottom of the ocean were all fishing masters. The reason why they were killed was simple. They were killed by the flood dragon when they did not have enough spiritual energy. In a place like the bottom of the ocean, if there was not enough spiritual energy, a snake belt could even kill a fishing master, not to mention a sea serpent. Seeing that his wounds were healed, Han Fei looked around. There was not a single ship, and there were only some big birds in the sky. Fine, I'll settle the score with the port after I go back. How could they assign a faulty ship to me? However, one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. Not only did his strength break through, but he also had a purple bamboo. This was a top-grade spirit tree. Chapter 23. Hook Kiss was much more powerful than immobility spell. Han Fei had studied it carefully. The immobility technique that everybody used could first keep one as steady as an old dog. Spiritual energy could only be channeled into one's body after the first step. Spiritual energy could be channeled into the fishing line and the hook through the fishing rod to attract the attention of the fish and weaken the threat that the line and hook pose to the fish. However, the immobility technique had a major shortcoming, which was that it took a long time and the hook might be unhooked. Hook Kiss, on the other hand, was much more powerful. As long as one knew the fish's location, one could simply channel spiritual energy into the fishing line and hook and entangle the fish as fast as a snake. Putong, a yellow fish, was thrown into the cabin by Han Fei casually. Han Fei murmured, "Wait, I vaguely sense the waves in the water when I cast the hook. It seems that I can save some spiritual energy if I simply hook it." Putong, Han Fei had thrown the yellow fish into the cabin for the 7th time. "Indeed, I've consumed less spiritual energy. I'm a genius." Han Fei was very excited. Although the consumption was only 1 point lower, he always consumed less spiritual energy than other people, which meant that he could store more spiritual energy than other people. That was the key. After half a day, Han Fei used up a box of green bait, and the cabin was filled with yellow fish. Han Fei caught almost 50 yellow fish, but more than 30 of them were drained by him. Even so, there were still almost 20 fish in the cabin. Seeing that his spiritual energy had been restored to 842 points, Han Fei stopped, or he wouldn't have enough to pay the fish tax. No, I can't catch yellow fish anymore. There's only one box of green bait left. It's getting late. I should be able to fish for bladefish now, right? It's getting late now. The first fish was a green turtle. Han Fei swept the green stones with his rod, and the stones fell on the boat. Perhaps because he wasn't good at it, Han Fei's face was pale after being hit several times. However, if anybody else were watching, they would have been shocked. Did Han Fei not need to resist the green turtles with spiritual energy? He could only resist the green turtles with his body? Han Fei knocked the green turtle out and mumbled, "What a loss!" Using Hook Kiss once consumed 6 points of spiritual energy. If he wanted to completely block the green stone, he would need another 7 or 8 points of spiritual energy. The demon purification pot swallowed a green turtle for no more than 12 points of spiritual energy. Let's try fishing for bladefish. Han Fei cast the hook again and lowered the fishing line 5 meters below the surface. It was hard to know what was caught at such a depth. As long as it wasn't a tentacle lobster, anything would be fine. Although the snake belt was fast, as long as he covered his whole body with spiritual energy and activated his combat techniques, he could always kill it with 80 points of spiritual energy. However, the tentacle lobster was extremely destructive, so it was better for him not to catch it. Fishing blade fish was much more difficult than fishing green turtles. Otherwise, the blade fish dagger wouldn't be so precious. Basically, the chance of a blade fish taking the bait was only 1/5 that of a green turtle, and the chance of getting a knife was even lower, because the blade fish only had one chance to strike the fish after it was out of the water. If it couldn't kill its opponent with one attack, it would be killed. So its attack was extremely tough. Last time, Han Fei was almost chopped into pieces. If the knife hadn't deviated, he would have been killed. This was the 7th time he cast the hook. Han Fei could feel that the hook was shaking and that a knife seemed to have slashed through the air. However, he couldn't use Hook Kiss randomly. After all, the blade fish had a knife and could easily cut the fishing line. Suddenly, Han Fei's hands trembled. With the emergence of spiritual energy, the fishing line shivered like a whip. "Come up." Han Fei pulled hard, and a black shadow quickly broke out of the water. Hew! A cold knife darted at him like a lightning. Han Fei was prepared for it. The purple bamboo in his hand glowed, and Han Fei jumped up and smashed the knife. Clang! The knife pierced through the deck and into the cabin. Han Fei waved the purple bamboo again and smashed the blade fish's head. The blade fish without a knife was not as sturdy as the green turtles without stones. Han Fei killed it with one blow. It cost me 6 points of spiritual energy to fish, but 10 points of spiritual energy to strike it. A blade fish without a knife only costs 20 points of spiritual energy. However, this knife is quite valuable. I can trade it for 50 low-quality pearls. That's not bad. When night fell, Han Fei caught 3 blade fish and 3 green turtles in total. His box of bait was half empty. When he was about to continue fishing, he heard creaking sounds from the bottom of the boat, as if something was crawling. Han Fei immediately had goosebumps. Did he even need to think about it? He could tell that it was the tentacle lobster. Without hesitation, Han Fei crawled into a cabin. The lobster was not very strong, but its tentacles were very dangerous. When the green turtles were shot out, he would be hit by stones at worst, but he could take it with his current body. The blade fish only had one knife. After one slash, the blade fish would be meat on the chopping board. But for the tentacle lobster, as long as its long tentacles were still moving, it would attack continuously. Its long tentacles lashed like whips and were as swift as unsheathed swords. Han Fei was very sure that even if he caught a tentacle lobster, he would have to waste a lot of spiritual energy. It was not worth it. He thought that the tentacle lobster would leave, but it was different this time. Han Fei could hear the tentacle lobster crawling to the side of the boat. Shoot, it's getting on the boat again? Han Fei was lost for words. That was outrageous. I didn't even try to fish you, but you climbed onto the boat? As he expected, Han Fei soon discovered that the tentacle lobster was crawling on the deck. Why are you so capricious? I'm the hunter here. I'm hiding in the cabin, but you're lying on the deck? After a while, the tentacle lobster even crawled over his head and made poochie-poochie sounds. Huh, why do I feel that it's eating? Han Fei waited for a long time, only to find that the noises were still going on. A moment later, Han Fei heard a splash from the cabin next door. It was the sound of fish being scooped out of the water. Immediately, Han Fei's face changed greatly. Damn it, is this guy eating my fish? Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. The cabin where he threw the green turtles and the blade fish was right next to him. I didn't even eat them myself, and this guy ate one of them? You want to fish more? Damn it, you're asking for death if you touch my spiritual energy. Han Fei suddenly opened the fish cabin and jumped out with a swish with the purple bamboo. He couldn't hold it in anymore. That's nearly 20 points of spiritual energy. Do you know how hard it was for me to fish them? The tentacle lobster was quite shocked and hurried to run a couple of meters away. The lobster was more than 2 meters long, and its 2 tentacles were even longer than its body. More importantly, there were 2 short tentacles above the 2 long tentacles. Han Fei took a closer look, only to discover that it was another tentacle lobster. 2 tentacle lobsters were stacked on top of each other, except that the one on top was half the size of the one on top. Han Fei asked, Shoot, 2 of them? He glanced at them, and information popped up in his mind. Name tentacle lobster, level 8 quality, regular spiritual energy, greater than 52 points. Effect: the meat of the lobster is delicious and can nurture spiritual power. Collectible: tentacles with 100 tentacles that can be made into whips. Absorbable. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He hurried to attach a layer of spiritual energy to himself and the purple bamboo in his hand. Get the hell down there. The one on top, put down your spiritual energy. Oh no, put down the fish. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. The tentacle lobster on top was holding a half-meter-long blade fish that had already eaten quite a few pieces of meat. Sensing Han Fei's threat, the tentacle lobster was infuriated and swung its tentacles at him. Smack! The tentacles slapped the boat like whips, causing a crisp crack. Han Fei jumped away, and the purple bamboo hurried to sweep the other tentacle. Damn it! You're too much. You're a robber. Han Fei felt that the purple bamboo was circled by the tentacles, and the tentacle lobster on top was about to lash at him too. Spiritual energy surged on the purple bamboo. Han Fei broke free from the tentacles and took out a blade fish dagger. When the tentacle lobster whipped at him, Han Fei swept away the tentacle lobster with his rod and cut the blade fish dagger on the tentacle lobster of the tentacle lobster. Yeah, half of the tentacle lobster fell off, and Han Fei took the opportunity to jump onto the tentacle lobster's back. Bam! 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 Not giving the tentacle lobster a chance to wave its tentacles again, Han Fei smashed the tentacle lobster's head 3 times in a row. Yeah, as fast as lightning, Han Fei rolled off the deck, and a tentacle lobster whipped at him brutally. Hiss! Han Fei felt a searing pain on his back. The wound that extended from his shoulder blade to his waist almost knocked him out. Total annihilation. Han Fei waved the purple bamboo and smashed it at the tentacle lobster and its head. Bam! One of the tentacle lobster's eyes was blown up, and half of its tentacle fell off. The tentacles writhed in pain, But this also gave Han Fei an opportunity. He turned to the back of the tentacle lobster, jumped up and hit it with his rod, shaking the hull of the ship. "Eat my fish! Eat my fish!" Seeing another tentacle lobster coming at him, Han Fei immediately drew out the remaining 4 knives on his body and shot them at the tentacle lobster. No matter how fierce a tentacle lobster's tentacle was, it was afraid of knives. Very soon, the tentacle lobster's other tentacle was cut off. It struggled to jump into the sea, but would Han Fei give it a chance? He jumped up and smashed the tentacle lobster's head 3 times. Chapter 24. Han Fei felt that his back was itchy. When he touched it, he found, to his surprise, that the wound was already scabbing. That's not right. I was whipped just now. Why is the wound so small? Han Fei touched his back, only to find that the wound was gone. Hiss! The first thing that came to Han Fei's mind was the purple bamboo fruit, then the snake gallbladder. One of the 2 must still be in effect. Could it be that this recovery ability was continuous? After the incident with the tentacle lobster, Han Fei stopped fishing. He absorbed the remaining half of the blade fish first, and then the little tentacle lobster whose head was blown to pieces. To Han Fei's surprise, even the little tentacle lobster provided 36 points of spiritual energy, which was almost as much as a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. It's true that the higher the level of the item, the more spiritual energy it contains. However, Han Fei realized that it was still a loss. The tentacle lobster was much more difficult to deal with than the blade fish. He had to cover his body with a spiritual energy protective cover, which was a huge cost. Not to mention the spiritual energy that he would consume in battles. Han Fei's face was gloomy. It would be great if he could stay in school every day. It would be even better if he could fight in school every day. It's a shame that I don't even know if I can go back. I'd better train myself first. The moon was in the sky. The view on the ocean at night was still beautiful, but the tranquility of the ocean was rather weird. Han Fei dug out the lobster meat and hung it on the boat as food. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the deck and began to train himself. The moment he activated the technique, Han Fei sensed that a tremendous wave of spiritual energy entered his body. Of course, the calabash absorbed most of it. Even so, it was still much stronger than when he was at home. This again. It seems that I can get twice the result with half the effort by training with the moon. Han Fei looked weird. He felt that he had discovered a great secret. Back on the floating island, although the effect of void fishing was dozens of times greater than that of soul fishing, he did not feel that it was much better. But on the ocean, with the help of the moonlight, the effect was multiple times greater than on the floating island. Earlier, he was still a level 2 fisher and didn't notice the gap. But now that the spiritual energy was pouring into his body, the effect was dozens of times better than that of soul fishing. As expected of the first universal cultivation technique, with this level of cultivation intensity, wouldn't one day of cultivation be equivalent to several months of cultivation for others? Just like last time when Han Fei began to cultivate on the surface of the sea, the water gradually began to fluctuate. From time to time, a little white fish jumped up, and from time to time, a big yellow fish jumped up. Perhaps the spiritual energy that Han Fei attracted was strong, but not strong enough. So although the surrounding fish were attracted over, there was no big riot, but small movements kept happening. Pa! A little white fish jumped onto the boat and slapped the deck in front of Han Fei. Voila! A big yellow croaker landed on Han Fei's side and hit the deck. Pa! 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 Some little white fish jumped on his face, not just one, but 2 in a row. Han Fei immediately stopped his cultivation angrily. Can't you just stay in the water? Why do you have to jump out of the sea and hit my face? Do you think my face is easy to hit? Han Fei kicked the 5 fish on the boat into the fish cabin one by one. But the moment the spiritual energy stopped, dozens of fish immediately began to jump. Han Fei craned his head to the side of the boat, only to see green turtles moving and blade fish flashing on the surface of the sea not far away. After a few seconds, the whole surface of the sea seemed to be rolling. Frightened by the scene, Han Fei hurried to sit cross-legged and resume his cultivation. As he expected, the scene gradually calmed down after the cultivation began. Han Fei finally realized that he was eating meat, and you were all drinking soup? But as time went on, Han Fei became more and more shocked. Am I cultivating? Are you cultivating? Am I cultivating on the edge of death? More and more fish were around. Whenever Han Fei stopped, the sea would riot, and he dared not stop at all. Finally, the moon fell, and there seemed to be a white light in the distant sky, followed by the first ray of dawn of the day. Just like last time, Han Fei's body trembled, and his wrist was stinging. The calabash was so dazzling that it seemed to be on fire. In just 3 seconds, Han Fei's hand burst into flames. At this time, Han Fei had no choice but to stop. His whole hand was on fire. This time, Han Fei was smarter. He simply jumped into the fish cabin and closed the lid. As he expected, in the next moment, the sea boiled, and a spectacular scene appeared. Hundreds of fish of various colors were slapping the surface of the sea and jumping on the surface of the sea. Bladefish, green turtles, tentacle lobsters, snake belts, yellow croakers. There was even a meat turtle, except that the meat turtle couldn't jump onto the boat. The surface of the sea was dyed red by blood. Many big fish were jumping crazily, and cracking noises were echoing non-stop on the deck. Perhaps because some of the green turtles were too hard, the hull was shaking and the hull was creaking from time to time. Han Fei even suspected that the boat would fall apart. Han Fei was willing to bet that he would be attacked by the fish from all directions if he went out at this moment. Bam! Bam! Very soon there was the sound of knives being stabbed into the deck, stones hitting the hull, and wriggling noises. It wasn't until a dozen minutes later that the noises gradually died down. At this moment, Han Fei craned his neck and opened the cabin door, only to see that the whole deck was piled up like a hill with broken bodies. Some of the fish were struggling, and some of the bladefish were panting without knives. Han Fei said, "The ocean is better. How much spiritual energy does this boat contain?" Han Fei looked at the fish on the boat with a smile. He didn't care whether they were fish or broken pieces. They were all spiritual energy in his eyes. Didn't the demon purification pot require 2,000 points of spiritual energy? Didn't Forge the Universe cost 10,000 points? Wouldn't it be easy to stay on the sea for half a month? Thinking so, Han Fei still checked all the fish cabins carefully. He didn't find any snake balls, but he did find a black ball. The black ball was rolling around in a fish cabin. Name: ball fish level 10 quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 290 points. Effect: the heart of the ball fish is as sweet as honey. Long-term consumption can increase one's recovery ability. Collectible: fishbone, which can be used as a hidden weapon. Absorbable: shoot, 290 points of spiritual energy is so high. In his memory, the ball fish was a special fish in the level 1 fishery. It was very stupid and easy to be hooked. However, it was not easy to catch it after it was hooked because it could spurt thorns. On the ball fish's body, 108 black thorns were hidden under its skin. When it was in danger, the thorns would fly all over the sky. As long as the ball fish escaped, new thorns would grow on its body in a couple of days. Therefore, few creatures dared to offend this fish. Even human beings were reluctant to catch it because they would be easily turned into hedgehogs. More importantly, this fish did not have any meat. The only advantage was that its heart was rich in spiritual energy and had a strong regenerative ability. Han Fei secretly gasped, "Have I arrived at the level 1 fishery?" Han Fei thought for a moment and decided not to deal with the ball fish, which was rather difficult. He closed the cover of the fish cabin and began to absorb the broken limbs crazily. Half an hour later, except for the fish cabins where he threw the yellow fish and the ball fish, all the fish cabins were empty. The substrate was cleaned by Han Fei, and his spiritual energy had increased to 2,584 points. It was a great harvest. Han Fei pondered for a moment and decided to kill the ball fish first. Then he could try refining. He now had a total of 5 swords, and he even had the purple bamboo in his hands. He was truly rich and overbearing. Han Fei kicked the cover and stepped back in a hurry. In the next moment, 3 black thorns were shot to the sky. Damn it, so brutal? Han Fei extended his fishing rod and stirred the water. Then he heard continuous shooting, and several black thorns were shot to the sky from the fish cabin. Han Fei said, "Hey, I'm a fish in a barrel. What can you do to me?" Han Fei stirred for a long time. When the sound of the thorns could no longer be heard, he grew bold and stirred again. After 5 minutes of stirring, a few more thorns were produced. There are no more, right? A few minutes later, Han Fei fished out a black ball. The eyes of the ball fish were white, and the ball was soft and slippery. Without hesitation, Han Fei stabbed the knife into the ball fish, which seemed to be leaking. A few seconds later, a piece of skin appeared before his eyes. This thing is not bad to make a bag. Han Fei cut off the ball fish's heart. It was white and a bit hard. Was this the thing that was worth 290 points of spiritual energy? As soon as the heart entered his hand, he felt a slight coolness. He could feel spiritual energy flowing out of it. Naturally, Han Fei didn't waste it. He opened his mouth and threw it into his mouth. It was better to eat it himself than to let the demon purification pot absorb it. As he expected, Han Fei felt that his spiritual energy was much higher after he ate it. He turned around and found that it was 2,856 points. Although he knew the result, Han Fei was still shocked that his spiritual energy was so high. But shouldn't it be doubled if it was taken orally? Why was there only 290 points of spiritual energy? Was it because the thorns were gone? That must be it. Han Fei did not know that the heart of a ball fish was worth 3 mid-quality pearls on the market. If he did, he probably wouldn't have eaten it, even if he cried. Chapter 25. After he cleaned up the last fish cabin, Han Fei's spiritual energy finally exceeded 3,000 points. The 3,241 points were enough for him to make 3 more waves at the bottom of the sea. Of course, he wasn't so lucky every time. The sea dragons, the cunning ghost blade clams, and the sea anemones were all horrifying. On the bow, Han Fei studied the demon purification pot with the broken controller. Looking at the green pot the size of an apple in his palm, Han Fei thought of something. Activate. As Han Fei thought of something, 2,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared, and a huge wave of spiritual energy surged into the pot. Han Fei felt that there was a hazy mist in his head. The moment the mist exploded, Han Fei had an unprecedented epiphany. In the void, there seemed to be a burning furnace. Han Fei was stunned. He felt that as long as he was willing, he could store anything into the calabash and then perform some kind of magical synthesis. At the same time, an idea popped up in Han Fei's head. Heaven and earth furnace. With heaven and earth as the furnace and spiritual energy as the fire, everything can be made into a weapon. When this sentence appeared in Han Fei's mind, he immediately swallowed. Using heaven and earth as a furnace? That sounded rather impressive. But when he remembered the introduction of the void fishing art, he was reassured. That's right. I've traveled through time. What can I accept? Han Fei glanced at the purple bamboo, the blade fish dagger, the fine iron fishing rod, and the ragged clothes he was wearing. Thinking that he had 5 blade fish daggers anyway, he immediately stored one of them into the heaven and earth furnace. The moment the blade fish dagger disappeared, he seemed to see a misty space in the pot where a knife floated quietly. Smelt. The fire in the furnace instantly rose, and in less than a breath's time, a palm-sized knife floated out. So fast! Han Fei opened his eyes, only to see a knife floating in front of him and falling into his hand. Hiss! Han Fei was slightly dumbfounded. It's so small? My half-meter-long knife has become a little leaf-flying knife after being refined? Han Fei picked up the knife. For some reason, he felt that the knife was very suitable for him. However, the first thing Han Fei wanted to prove was how powerful this palm-sized laughing Dao was. He picked up the small knife and slashed at the other knife. As a result, his eyes immediately widened. The supposedly tough knife actually had a chip on it. So powerful. Han Fei looked at the purple bamboo on the side and thought to himself, it shouldn't be a big deal if I cut it right. Ding! He tapped it lightly and it made a crisp sound. Han Fei examined it carefully. The purple bamboo was fine, not even a scratch, and so was the knife. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that the grade of the purple bamboo was very high. But when he looked at the demon purification pot again, he was dumbfounded. Hiss! Only 1053 points left? The consumption of spiritual energy is 188 points? Han Fei hesitated. Although the effect was gratifying, the consumption was equally huge. This was only the smelting of a saber. What if it was a purple bamboo? He hardened his heart and stored the purple bamboo into the heaven and earth smelt. Then he hardened his heart and threw in the remaining knives. He needed a weapon anyway, and Xiaoyu's bamboo stick made him envious. Han Fei took a deep breath. Anyway, he still had the yellow fish in the fish cabin and the ball fish in the fish cabin that he hadn't absorbed yet. If he didn't have enough spiritual energy, he could absorb a few hundred points. Han Fei thought, time to refine. Let's see what I can make out of it. Han Fei wondered if he could refine a Rui golden cudgel. After a few seconds, the calabash glowed, and a purple-red stick floated out. Han Fei's first feeling was that his body suddenly became weak. But to his surprise, it was not so strong that he wanted to absorb spiritual energy, so Han Fei was relieved. After taking a closer look at the purple-red stick, Han Fei was dumbfounded again. Isn't this the Rui golden cudgel? The difference was that the two ends of the Rui golden cudgel were golden hoops and the middle was black iron. The two ends of the Rui golden cudgel were silver and the middle was purple-red. Han Fei immediately gasped. So, what did the refined thing look like? Was it based on his imagination? Then the two ends should be the material of the knife, and the middle should be the purple bamboo? Purple bamboo rod, mortal level, mid-quality. Note: it's made of 280 years old mortal level purple bamboo and infused with blade fish's gunmetal knife chi. It can emit sharp knife chi. Mortal level mid-quality. Weapons are also divided into levels. Yes, since cultivation is divided into levels, weapons should also be divided into levels. But isn't the purple bamboo an ultra-quality treasure? How come it has become a mortal level, and a mid-quality one at that? Han Fei looked at it carefully and even weighed it in his hand. Wow! It must be 180 kilograms. If it hit a person, it would be terrible. When Han Fei held the rod in one hand, he felt that it was the weapon he had used for many years. He waved it slightly. Although it was a little heavy, it was very comfortable. Delighted, Han Fei immediately brandished the sweeping stick. As it swung, it was as if a tiger was stirred up, and with the injection of spiritual energy, it was actually able to produce light and shadow. The sweeping stick was all about hacking, sweeping, and stabbing. At that moment, the purple bamboo stick was like a part of Han Fei's body. It was extremely flexible in his hands. His limbs and body could instantly control and react to the stick's position. After an hour, Han Fei felt that he was more and more comfortable with the sweeping stick. He had grasped the mysteries of the sweeping stick. If Xiaoyu were here, her mouth would have been wide open, because Han Fei's sweeping stick had reached the lesser mastery level at this moment. Awesome! Han Fei stopped and shouted before he fell to the ground. He felt that the world was swirling, and his stomach seemed to be vomiting. He looked at the demon purification pot and smiled bitterly. He had used up all his spiritual energy in the sweeping stick technique. Owner, Hanfei level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy 0, 159, spiritual heritage level 1, high quality weapon, purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. The moment he saw the number 0, Han Fei scrambled into the cabin that was filled with yellow croakers. He picked up a yellow croaker and didn't let go. A moment later, a fish cabin was emptied, and his spiritual energy finally returned to 144 points. Yes, a whole cabin of yellow fish only provided 144 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He had risked his life to get less than 3,000 points of spiritual energy, which he had risked his life twice. However, he spent all his spiritual energy in no more than 2 minutes. He seemed to have seen a gigantic pit. Refining alone had already exhausted him. What was Forge the Universe, which cost 10,000 points of spiritual energy to activate? For some reason, Han Fei had a feeling that it would be a headache for him to acquire spiritual energy every day in the future. Others spent their spiritual energy on fishing and spending a few points. At the very least, they spent a few dozen points on fighting, which was nothing more than dozens of points. He, on the other hand, was only a fisher, but he had already spent thousands of points of spiritual energy. How could he have fun? Holding the stick, Han Fei sighed and smashed it into a corner, hoping to vent his frustration. But in a moment of carelessness, the purple bamboo stick hit the controller of the boat, which was equivalent to the engine. Then a wooden cover was smashed by himself. Han Fei thought that he was screwed. The boat was already ragged. Now that he had smashed it, would the island ask him to pay for it? When Han Fei was wondering if he should pay for it, he saw an iron lump on the controller that seemed to be broken. It was a cut by a knife, not by his stick at all. Han Fei squatted down and observed it for a long time. Then his face turned cold. Is it man-made? Who wants to kill me? The first person that came to his mind was Hu Kuin, but then he shook his head. Hu Kuin didn't like him. But how could such a young boy be capable of that? Besides, he didn't know when he would leave the island. Even if he did, could he have broken the island's boat? Chapter 26. He drifted for another day. Han Fei used up the remaining half of the box of bait and caught 9 yellow fish, 3 green turtles, and 1 blade fish. No one would believe such a fishing success rate in the outside world. There were only 40 bait in a box. It was normal for a normal person to catch 5 fish with 40 bait. The better ones could only catch 7 or 8, which meant that they were of a higher level. It was unbelievable that Han Fei caught 13 fish with half a box of bait, including a blade fish. As a matter of fact, Han Fei only wasted the bait on the blade fish 4 times and the green turtles 3 times. When he caught the yellow fish, it was impossible for them to run away. Another night passed. Han Fei had run out of bait and couldn't fish anymore. He could only cultivate. As soon as he cultivated, the situation was exactly the same as the previous 2 times. Fish surrounded him, and some of them jumped onto the boat on their own. At dawn, Han Fei absorbed a stream of intense spiritual energy again, and then a riot occurred. So he had another boat full of fish the next morning, except that there were no special fish this time. Soon, after leaving a warehouse of fish as tax, Han Fei's spiritual energy value rose to 1,200 points again. Han Fei didn't dare to spend too much this time. Although he had 3 more knives, he didn't dare to fuse and refine them, or he would be penniless again. It was the 3rd day after Han Fei drifted on the ocean. There was still nobody around. God knew where he had drifted to. On the 4th day after the first 3 fish tides, Han Fei's boat was already very ragged. 3 or 4 pieces of wood on the deck were broken, and one of the fish cabins was even smashed by a big green turtle. There were 2 big holes on the side of the boat, too. At this moment, Han Fei was scooping water out because there was a hole on the side of the boat. God knows what fish poked it. Han Fei knew that this fishing boat couldn't survive the 5th fish tide. If there was another one, the boat would probably be scrapped. Even at this moment, the boat was shaking as if it could fall apart at any moment. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei was practicing rod techniques on the boat. After a few days, he had become very proficient in rod techniques. After 3 days, Han Fei's rod techniques had improved again and were on the verge of great success. At the same time, Han Fei found that the improvement of rod techniques actually required spiritual energy. However, as the saying went, Han Fei had more than 2,000 points of spiritual energy now, so he didn't care at all. At this moment, Han Fei was eating raw fish. He tilted his head and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be the shadows of several ships in the distance. Immediately, he didn't care about the fish anymore. He picked up the stick and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Brother! Miss! Uncle! Help!" Han Fei waved the rod and roared at the top of his lungs, wishing he could make a dolphin's sound. "Third young master, there seems to be someone over there." Wang Baiyu nodded. "I saw it. Interesting. There's actually someone fishing 800 miles away. Let's go and take a look." Seeing someone coming, Han Fei was excited. Finally, he met someone. In this vast sea, it was really not easy to meet someone in an ordinary fishery with a range of thousands of kilometers. After the boat approached, Han Fei and Wang Baiyu looked at each other. "It's you? It's you!" Wang Baiyu was stunned. Wasn't this the boy he met on the roadside a few days ago? At that time, because no one dared to speak, only this brat spoke, so he gave him a second glance. Han Fei was also very surprised. The third young master of the Wang family from the Heavenly Water Village? He even brought 5 fishing boats with him when he went fishing. The descendants of big families were really different. They even needed so many people to accompany the prince to study. Wang Baiyu narrowed his eyes. He saw the fishing boat under Han Fei's feet. Was it still a fishing boat? It was almost a ghost ship. It was so ragged, but it had not sunk yet. Wang Baiyu said, "Brother, you're quite good at running. You dare to come to a fishery 800 miles away alone?" Han Fei asked, "Did I fly so far?" Wang Baiyu was slightly surprised. You don't know." Han Fei smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry. The fishing boat in the sky malfunctioned and flew to this place automatically. I've been floating on the sea for 5 days." "How many days?" Wang Baiyu's subordinates were all stunned. Even Wang Baiyu was surprised. A person had been floating on the sea for 5 days? Not dead yet? There was a rule in the Heavenly Water Village that no one could stay on the sea for 7 days. In fact, almost no one could stay on the sea for 5 days. There were only 1 or 2 people who could stay on the sea every year. However, Wang Baiyu immediately felt that something was wrong. "Did you say that the fishing boat malfunctioned? That's impossible. The fishing boat is powered by a natural floating stone. As long as the stone is there, the fishing boat will not malfunction." Before he finished, Wang Baiyu saw that Han Fei was holding a stone. Han Fei asked, "Is this it?" Wang Baiyu's eyes widened. "Yes, but your floating stone, is it broken?" It was completely cut in half, causing the power conduction to be interrupted. "You've been set up," Wang Baiyu said resolutely, as if he didn't need to think at all. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to understand, Wang Baiyu added, "Those who can damage the floating stone are at least peak-level fishers, and they need to destroy it with mortal weapons. Of course, it will be easier if they are fishing masters. However, fishing masters generally won't do such boring things." Han Fei's heart sank. At least peak-level fishers? When did he offend such an expert? Was it because he was too arrogant at school that he beat up the younger ones and the older ones came to avenge him? Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Could it be the tigers? When Li Hu left that day, he glared at him. Han Fei said, "Brother Wang, I'm glad that you came. Otherwise, I would have died in the sea. Wang Baiyu was very interested in Han Fei and smiled warmly. How did you survive on the sea for 5 days in a row? As he said, Wang Baiyu glanced at Han Fei's fishing boat again. It was a miracle that a pile of rotten wood could survive until now. Han Fei heaved a long sigh. It's a long story. The sea is really scary. In 5 days, I experienced a small fish tide and the hull was almost broken. Fortunately, I hid in the fish cabin, or I would have been doomed. A small fish tide? The few people behind Wang Baiyu were stunned. They had heard about a small fish tide a while ago, and now it was happening again. Was there a fish tide crisis in the general fishery? Of course. Han Fei wouldn't tell them that it was all his doing. Wang Baiyu, however, observed Han Fei and thought to himself that a man who had a blade fish dagger and a fine iron fishing rod couldn't be too weak. Also, he had never seen the rod in Han Fei's hand before. It didn't look ordinary. Wang Baiyu said, "Brother Han, the rod in your hand is a bit strange." Han Fei nodded. "Oh, my brother gave it to me. It's only slightly better than an iron rod. It's not worth your attention at all." Naturally, Wang Baiyu didn't believe Han Fei either. However, he didn't want to kill and loot, which would be beneath his dignity. He, however, looked at Han Fei's fishing boat curiously. "Huh, Brother Han, you still have a boat full of fish?" Han Fei said calmly. They jumped onto the boat during the small fish tide. "But my fishing boat is so broken that it's only enough to compensate for the damage." Wang Baiyu shook his head. "Your fishing boat was damaged. Someone will investigate it. You don't even have to pay the fish tax. However, do you have any rare fish species?" Han Fei asked. "Do you want rare fish species, Brother Wang?" Wang Baiyu said, "To be honest, I went to see if there were any rare or mysterious fish species in the general fishery." Han Fei said, "Probably not. There was a ball fish during the small fish tide. Unfortunately, it was full of thorns and I couldn't do anything to it. In the end, it jumped back into the sea by itself." Wang Baiyu was obviously disappointed. Ball fish were not rare at all. The Wang family could have as many as they wanted. Han Fei said, "Brother Wang, do you buy fish? I can't move my boat. Why don't I sell it to you cheaply?" Wang Baiyu smiled calmly. "What do you have?" Han Fei said, as if he was counting his family treasures. "I have 7 knives, 6 green turtles, a small octopus, a jellyfish, 3 big conches." Some of them jumped onto the boat. The octopus climbed on its own. The jellyfish was caught by Han Fei by accident, and the conches were found in the stomachs of the fish. All of them were worth a lot of money. Wang Baiyu was shocked. "You left 7 knives after a small fish tide?" Han Fei said, "Yes, I had 2 tentacle lobsters, but they ran away." "Right? I have a few tentacles left from the battle between the tentacle lobsters and the blade fish." Although Wang Baiyu was from a big family and could use any mid-quality pearls, Han Fei's items were worth 8 mid-quality pearls. It seemed few, but in fact it was a lot. Not all the children of big families were rich, and they needed weapons to train their subordinates. Wang Baiyu immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll take them. Of course, I didn't need the yellow croakers. If Brother Han needs them, I can ship them back for you. It's not a big deal." Han Fei said, "Thank you very much." Wang Baiyu was not a friend of Han Fei. He was just doing Han Fei a favor. He specially gave Han Fei a boat and asked one of his subordinates to send Han Fei back first. Han Fei left. "Third young master, why do you care so much about such a nobody? Besides, we don't need to buy these things at all." Chapter 27. Wang Baiyu sent Han Fei away because he didn't want Han Fei to know the purpose of his trip. Naturally, Han Fei didn't want to know either. After all, it was a great thing that he was rescued. The only drawback was that he owed Han Fei a favor. At the port, the registrar was surprised when Han Fei showed up again. "It's been 5 days and 5 nights. You're still alive?" Han Fei said, "Sister Qin, it's a long story. My boat was maliciously sabotaged Han Fei told her the whole story, which made her frown. Her face was so cold that she couldn't see any emotion. The registrar said, "I'll send someone to investigate it. If it's true, the Ministry of Supervision will give you an explanation." Just as Wang Baiyu said, the port did not collect fish tax because Han Fei's story had yet to be verified. If it was false, Han Fei would be punished more than just fish tax. But if it was true, the port wouldn't let it go. Did someone deliberately sabotage a boat? Did he want to die? When Han Fei left the port, he had 7 mid-quality pearls with him, 6 of which were from Wang Baiyu. Han Fei's return did not attract anyone's attention. He did not go home or to school immediately. When Wang Baiyu said that a peak-level fisher was targeting him, Han Fei had thought of improving his strength. He was not in such a hurry, but no matter how strong a level 5 fisher was and how good his weapon was, he couldn't fight a peak-level fisher who was many levels higher than him. Not to mention that the enemy might be a fishing master. Han Fei walked for an hour and reached the shop area of the port on the west side of the floating island. Then he found a blacksmith shop. A brawny man with bare arms smiled. "Bro, what would you like to buy?" Han Fei asked. "Can you plate my rod with a layer of fine iron?" Unlike He Xiaoyu, who had a fishing master father, Han Fei could swing his bamboo rod casually. Although Tangu had soared to the sky, Tango was Tango after all. Ever since Tango was taken away by Fang Zhe, Han Fei didn't think it would be easy to see him again. The blacksmith was anxious to see Han Fei's purple bamboo rod. He grabbed it and asked in fascination, "Where did you get this rod?" My God, such extraordinary craftsmanship. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a genius. Han Fei said warily, "My elders gave it to me, but I think it's too eye-catching. Uncle, can you do it? You can't let me go to another house." The blacksmith replied, "Yes, of course I can. It's just a pity. Such a good stick. It was at least a mortal tool. Is your elder a fishing master?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Higher." The blacksmith was depressed. "A peak-level fishing master?" Han Fei asked, "Uncle, are your thoughts limited to the fishing master level?" The blacksmith was shocked. "Village chief? That's impossible. How could village chief have a nephew like you?" "Uncle, do you really think there is only one great fishing master in the Heavenly Water Village?" Hiss! The blacksmith's face changed drastically. Yes, people often secretly said that the ancestor of the Wang family had long been a great fishing master. As for the leader of the tigers, it was said that he was also trying to be a great fishing master. But it had nothing to do with this kid, right? Were there other hidden masters in the Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei said, "Uncle, sometimes it's not good to know too much, understand?" Seeing that Han Fei was not embarrassed at all and even looked a bit arrogant, the blacksmith slightly nodded. At least Han Fei's temperament was extraordinary. The blacksmith said, "Okay, it'll be done soon." Han Fei waited for a quarter of an hour and was very satisfied with the black stick. Ignoring the blacksmith's weird look, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. But what Han Fei didn't know was that after he left, the blacksmith locked the door in a hurry and went out. In the crowd, Han Fei shuttled through many shops on the street and finally left the West City Port. Then he walked for a long time and returned to the East City Port. When he came to the East City that he was familiar with, Han Fei cursed. It was really expensive. It cost 18 low-quality pearls for just a layer of fine iron. Damn it! In Wang Jie's shop, the old shopkeeper was doing the counts when he saw a familiar little figure. He took a closer look, only to find that it was the master's disciple. "Mr. Guan, are you busy?" Mr. Guan said, "Oh, it's you? What do you want to buy now that you have money?" Han Fei asked secretly, "Master Guan, do you have anything better than the fish head body polishing fluid?" The old man was surprised. "Something better than the fish head body refining fluid? Do you want the refilling, Dan? Do you have money to buy it?" Han Fei was surprised to hear this. "Master Guan, I've made some money this time." How much is the refilling pill? Master Guan asked. Old Guan said, the spirit refilling pill can quickly replenish 300 points of spiritual energy. It's mainly sold to the peak fishers to save their lives. Why do you need it? Also, it costs 2 mid-quality pearls each. Can you afford it? 300 points of spiritual energy cost 2 mid-quality pearls. Isn't that too expensive? However, Han Fei still asked, Elder Guan, how fast can the spirit refill pill replenish spiritual energy? It's actually so expensive. Old Guan said with a smile, it only takes 10 seconds for your spiritual energy to be replenished. 2 mid-quality pearls are very cheap. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Then, Elder Guan, do you have better things? For example, body tempering, meridian nurturing, spiritual energy enhancement, and so on. Hey, you're quite bold. If those things are in the shop, they'll be kept for the master. Huh. However, there's a bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid, but the master doesn't need it anymore. I can sell it, but it won't be cheap. At least 6 mid-quality pearls. And that's because you're the master's student. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's it. Elder Guan, I'll take it. Han Fei took out 6 glittering mid-quality pearls from his pocket. Old Guan was shocked. Well, you're just a student. Where did you get so much money? Han Fei replied without thinking. My brother gave it to me. My brother has a 7th grade spiritual heritage and was recruited by the angel as a disciple. He gave me almost 10 mid-quality pearls. Huh. Tengu is your brother? Han Fei asked. Elder Guan, do you know my brother? Old Guan said, of course. Everybody in the Heavenly Water Village knows Tengu. He's an unparalleled heavenly talent with a 7th grade spiritual heritage. Even the town can't accommodate him. TSK. Wait, if you're his brother, why don't you just ask him for it? Why did you come to the shop to buy it? Han Fei pretended to smile bitterly. I wouldn't buy it if I could see him right now. He's with Angel Feng Zhe and doesn't have time to come back. However, the fishing trial is drawing near. I can't just wait. Old Guan nodded. That's true. Since you're Tang Ji's brother, I can give you a 10% discount on this bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid. Han Fei said, okay. Thank you very much, Elder Guan. Old Guan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, I know you're eager to train, but you can't rush it. The iron fish body polishing fluid is too aggressive. It's a body polishing fluid for peak-level fishers. As for you, you can only use a little bit of it at a time. So, if you still have money, you'd better buy 2 more bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid. After you reach level 6, you can try a little bit of it. But remember, you can't make a breakthrough with it. It's a medicine for training, not a breakthrough. Han Fei said, got it. Thank you for your concern, Elder Guan. I'll definitely keep it in mind. Then I'll buy 2 more bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt like crying after he left the shop. Training was really expensive. He thought that he was rich a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he only had 42 low-quality pearls left. He couldn't even afford a knife. But since he didn't have much money, Han Fei went to the fish market and bought 2 conches, 10 clams, and a few sauces called fish sauce. He only had 6 low-quality pearls left. On the way, Han Fei mumbled to himself. If it weren't for celebrating Tang Ji's great opportunity, he wouldn't have bought something as expensive as conches. 2 of them cost him 24 low-quality pearls. His heart was bleeding. They're just conches. I'll make a fortune if I catch a few hundred of them. They're all over the seabed. They're not worth much. Chapter 28. When he approached, he saw that the gangsters were eating clams in his yard, and his face immediately darkened. Hey, brother gang, the boy is back. Pa! The fatty threw the clam in his hand to the ground. Brett, you finally know to come back? Do you know that your brother gang was here yesterday? You're so dishonest. Where's the protection fee? Han Fei shuddered in fury. I almost died a few times, and the first thing I saw after I came back was that you were eating my food. Han Fei grinned. 5 low-quality pearls for 1 clam. I'll let you go if you give it to me. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you spit it out. Fatty and his lackeys were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter in the blink of an eye. Brother Gang, he's asking us for money. Brother Gang, the boy has become more arrogant than ever. He's blackmailing us. The fatty's face shivered and he grinned wickedly. Brat, is your brother Gang still asleep? Or was your head hit by an iron-head fish? How dare you blackmail me? Thud! Han Fei was confident now. So what if he was faced with a level 7 fisher? He had even killed a sea serpent. Why would he be scared of him? Han Fei stabbed the purple bamboo rod on the ground. Do you know why the corals are so red? When Brother Gang and the rest of them were about to mock Han Fei, they saw that the purple bamboo rod was glowing with spiritual energy. Brother Gang's face slightly changed. Brat, you're really bold enough to attack us. Brothers, let's beat him up. I'm going to kill you. Han Fei jumped up with the purple bamboo rod and slashed. Do you really think I can't lift my rod? Before Brother Gang realized what was going on, one of his lackeys, who was a level 5 fisher, fell to the ground and cried while covering his shoulder. Ah! My arm is broken. Brother Gang, my arm is broken. Brother Gang burst into fury. Do you want to die? Then they all picked up their rods. How could so many of them be defeated by a kid? Clang, 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 with 159 points of basic spiritual energy. He was comparable to a level 7 peak-level fisher. With more than 3,000 points of spiritual energy, he could beat his opponent into a pulp. What was there to be afraid of? I'll hack this fatty to death. Bang! One of the gangsters covered his whole body with a spiritual energy protective cover, trying to take Han Fei's rod head-on. However, with a kacha sound, this person directly lay on the ground, vomiting blood. For a moment, Brother Gang was alarmed. Not good. This kid is at the peak of level 6. Let me do it. The fatty also slashed at Han Fei with his iron rod. Out of Han Fei's expectation, Han Fei felt that his arm was numb after the collision. His face slightly changed. A level 7 fisher? Brother Gang also stared blankly. What great strength, but you simply don't understand the power of a level 7 powerhouse. 10-direction shining spirit stick. Suddenly, Han Fei saw that there seemed to be a snake slithering around the fat man's body. The next moment, the fat man's combat power suddenly increased, and the speed of his attack was more than twice as fast as before. Han Fei was shocked. How is this possible? How could a fatty be so fast? Clang, clang, clang. BAM Han Fei, who had been suppressing his opponent, was forced to retreat. Although he felt that his strength was no weaker than the fatty's, he couldn't withstand the fatty's 6 consecutive strikes. Cough! Han Fei's arm was numb, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Brother Gang sneered. A level 7 expert can steal the power of demonic fish. Do you really think that I've lived my life for nothing? Boy, kneel before me and offer all your belongings as an apology. Forget it. You don't have any belongings, anyway. Give this house to me and I'll let you go. Han Fei took a deep breath. His recovery ability was still there, although it was much weaker than at the beginning. Han Fei grinned. Is that all a level 7 expert can do? Then how weak are you? Surging spiritual energy burst out of Han Fei's body, and he and his rod were glowing. He jumped up and slashed down again. Clang! Brother Gang said, Boy, you're asking for death. How precious is spiritual energy? As a level 6 fisher, a spiritual energy protective cover consumes 1/3 of your spiritual energy. How many more strikes can you make? 3 or 5? Han Fei said, You talk too much. Clang, 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 the weapons clashed. Han Fei smashed 6 times in a row crazily. He was hit once during the fight, and his chest hurt. But the fatty was panting too. Just now, the 6 strikes only slightly wounded Han Fei, but the boy was crazy and hit him 5 or 6 more times. How much spiritual energy did the boy have? Wasn't the boy's spiritual energy comparable to his own? However, Han Fei wasn't done yet. He waved his arms, and spiritual energy spurted out and disappeared in the air. Dum, 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 pooh! The weapons collided like thunder. Brother Gang vomited a mouthful of blood, and his iron rod flew out of his hand. His eyes were full of disbelief. How was it possible? How many strikes had he made? 10? 20? More importantly, this guy had a spiritual energy protective cover. 200 points of spiritual energy was not enough to beat him. Bam! Han Fei dispersed his spiritual energy and whipped the fatty with his rod. The rest of the gangsters were stunned. Brother Gang was defeated. Han Fei squatted before Brother Gang with the rod and asked with a smile, "Do you still want protection fees?" Brother Gang had a cold sweat. "It's a misunderstanding, bro. It's all a misunderstanding. BAM, BAM, BAM. Han Fei hit him 3 times in a row, and Brother Gang fell to the ground. "Is it a misunderstanding? Are you sure it's a misunderstanding?" Brother Gang grimaced in pain, but he dared not talk back. "Bro, I'll pay for it, okay? I promise I won't bother you again." "BAM, BAM, BAM," Han Fei asked. "Who are you, Brother Gang?" Brother Gang said, "Little Gang. You can call me Little Gang." "BAM, BAM, BAM," Han Fei asked, "Little Gang? What about Little Ming and Little Red?" Brother Gang's face trembled. "Why are you still beating me? I'll be crippled if you beat me again." Brother Gang begged for mercy. "Bro, please spare me. I can't give Little Red to you. I've been with Little Red for 7 years. Han Fei. BAM, Han Fei said gloomily, "Give me all your money and your iron rod. Get lost." Brother Gang cried, "What the hell is going on? Why did you pretend to be a weakling a few days ago if you're such a freak?" Brother Gang said, "Bro, I only have an iron rod. Here, don't point it at me. I'm scared." Han Fei said, "Who's your bro? Call me Brother Fei when you see me. You've wasted so much of my spiritual energy. Your iron rod is not enough for me. Get lost. Yes, yes, yes. What are you waiting for? Let's go." Han Fei was secretly shocked to see the agile fatty get up and run away. Was this the power of absorbing the demonic fish that Tanga mentioned? If the fatty could store spiritual energy like him, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. However, the weird power just now doubled his strength. If he hadn't stored enough spiritual energy, he would have been beaten to the ground. No, I've underestimated high-level fishers. They're called high-level for a reason. The fatty was defeated by me because he didn't have enough spiritual energy. What if he was a level 8 fisher? This was the second time that Han Fei felt that he was improving too slowly. Even a gangster could reach level 7. How many of such nobodies were there in this world of cultivation? He, on the other hand, was just a nobody at this moment. He was far from being unscrupulous. The moment Han Fei returned home, he saw a line of words on the table. It must have been left by Tanga. "I may not be back soon. There's something in the old place. See you at the fishing trial." Han Fei silently crossed out the sentence, opened the door, and walked to the back of his house. There was a cliff at the back. There was barely enough space for a person to stand. There was an opening at the back of the house where a chain was hanging. Han Fei carefully grabbed the chain and levitated down. About 7 or 8 meters down, there was an inconspicuous cave, hidden by the vegetation on the edge of the cliff, which was quite secluded. The cave had been there since the house was here. Every time Tang got something good, he would hide it in the cave instead of leaving it at home, in case somebody wanted it. The cave was no more than 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide. There was only a small bed and a stone tank where dozens of clams were kept. On the bed, Han Fei saw a small package. As soon as he opened it, he gasped. 2 mid-quality pearls rolled out first. It wasn't much. It was probably all Tango had, apart from the 2 mid-quality pearls. There were 2 books, an iron box, and a bottle of pills. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath, not because of anything else, but because the 2 books were swimming art and mystic body technique. At a glance, Han Fei knew why the 2 books were important. Most people in the Heavenly Water Village, including fishing masters, practiced rod arts. Even if there were books in the school, there wouldn't be many. No matter what the 2 books were, they couldn't be worse than the universal rod art, sweeping stick. Spirit refilling pills? Chapter 29. How precious was the restorative spirit pill? In Wang Jie's shop, 1 pill was sold for 2 mid-quality pearls, but there was a whole bottle with more than 10 pills here. Although a spirit refilling pill was equivalent to 50 yellow croakers for him, it would take him a couple of days on the sea to earn 3,000 points of spiritual energy, which was easily achieved with 10 spirit refilling pills. When he opened the iron box, the cave was immediately filled with a strong fragrance. Han Fei's eyes widened. Is this the crimson sea fruit? Han Fei was not sure if it was a crimson sea fruit, but he was sure that it was not a purple bamboo fruit. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that their fragrance could penetrate the skin and enter the body. Han Fei's heart was pounding. Another purple bamboo fruit? He deliberately stared at it, but unfortunately there was no data. Could it be that this kind of treasure did not have a numerical value? Even so, Han Fei's heart was pounding. How powerful was the purple bamboo fruit? Even the demon purification pot had changed a little because of it. Even a little bit of it could absorb 1,000 points of spiritual energy. It was such a treasure. He didn't expect that Tangu would leave it to him. Han Fei quickly covered the iron box. This thing couldn't be eaten casually. When he ate it at the bottom of the sea, he didn't have the time to feel it. But after the fruit entered his stomach, the spiritual energy was so strong that his meridians were burning, which was not a good feeling. Suppressing the urge to swallow the spiritual fruit, Han Fei flipped through the 2 books first. Swimming art? Han Fei kept reading and felt weird. This was a secret book for teaching swimming, not a combat skill, because it only taught how to swim fast and freely. After reading the book, Han Fei frowned. According to the books, ordinary people could only hold their breath for 100 seconds at most in the sea. Even fishing masters could only hold their breath for 500 seconds, and only great fishing masters could hold their breath for 1,000 seconds at the bottom of the sea. Then what was he? He had been in the sea for half an hour, right? If this was converted into breaths, it would be 1,000 breaths, right? Could it be that 1 breath in this world was very long? Han Fei didn't think too much about it. The swimming art was an underwater technique after all, so it was very useful. If he knew this movement technique before, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state at the bottom of the sea. After reading it carefully, Han Fei suddenly had a weird feeling. How can you remember it so clearly? Han Fei quickly looked at the options of the demon purification pot. Existing combat skills, existing skills. Swimming technique, mortal level, high quality. Remarks. It's a general swimming movement technique based on a variety of swimming movement techniques. Its quality is passable. It will consume 1,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce an ultimate combat skill. Derived art. Roaming dragon art completion. 0/1000. Seeing this, Han Fei was ecstatic. Combat skills can also be deduced? Although the mortal high quality was not bad, how could the demon purification pot's deduction be bad? Although 1,000 points of spiritual energy was not a small amount, it was a life-saving method in the sea, and he had to learn it. Deduce. After a surge of spiritual energy, the swimming technique changed. Existing cultivation method. Wandering dragon art, mortal level, divine quality. Note. Using spiritual energy to imitate the fish dragon technique. One can enter the water like a fish dragon. Its shadow hard to be seen, sure enough. Han Fei frowned. As long as it was an art or a combat skill, it could actually be deduced to a higher level. Moreover, it was divine grade. But what exactly was divine grade? He Xiaoyu said that the level above high quality was ultra quality, and there was nothing above ultra quality, which was obviously wrong. It could only be said that for He Xiaoyu or her father, ultra quality was already the limit. They had no idea that there were levels above ultra quality. Forget it. I'll go to the sea next time. Well, I'd better wait until I reach the peak of level 6 before I practice this combat skill. Since he couldn't use the wandering dragon art right now, Han Fei naturally looked at the mystic body technique, which seemed to be a cultivation technique. It might be very useful. After reading it carefully, Han Fei did not read it at all, but the upgrade standard of the mystic body technique popped up in his head. Existing arts, mystic body technique, mortal level, high quality. Note: a technique to temper the acupoints all over the body with strong medicinal power or abundant spiritual energy, hardening them and sealing the leakage of spiritual energy. Finally, a mysterious body is formed. Shortcoming: the hardening of the acupoints will damage the foundation. Deduced art: incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing completion. 0/2200 hiss, Han Fei gasped. He was shocked to find that it required 2,200 points of spiritual energy to deduce this technique. But when he saw the explanation of the shortcoming in the system, he broke into a cold sweat. Damage the foundation. That would definitely block his way forward. Tang Ge certainly wouldn't harm him, but he might not know that it would be bad if he practiced this combat skill. Han Fei decided to remind him the next time he met him. Han Fei was so distressed that he didn't feel good at all. 2,200 points of spiritual energy? That's daylight robbery. Is it even better than void fishing? Forget it. With so much spiritual energy, the deduce thing can't be bad. Han Fei nodded. Deduce. After another surge of spiritual energy, the interface changed. Existing arts. Incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Incomplete. Mortal level, divine quality. Note: the human body is like a funnel with 108 unimportant acupoints and 36 fatal acupoints. You should practice the acupoints with a mysterious technique to seal the acupoints and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Shortcoming: the subsequent arts can only be deduced with the corresponding body refining technique. Han Fei was overjoyed. I've made a fortune. It turned out that there were so many fatal acupoints in the human body. They were too fatal. If these fatal acupoints were repaired, he would be much stronger than ordinary people. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being killed by others or by big fish in the sea. Han Fei didn't know who created this incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, but he knew it was amazing that it could seal the fatal acupoints in the body. The body would no longer have a funnel, and the speed of cultivation would be doubled. This person was simply a genius. Looking at his spiritual energy, he found that there were only 142 points left. Han Fei felt that it was too expensive. It cost him thousands of points of spiritual energy to deduce and upgrade a combat skill. What would he do if he had 8 or 10 combat skills in the future? But Han Fei shook his head. What am I thinking? I've already made a lot of money. I can't ask for more. He was in urgent need of body strengthening. Tang Ge was a timely help. Han Fei immediately began to study the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. The so-called 108 ways of body polishing consisted of 108 postures. Han Fei immediately stood at the entrance of the cave and made a strange pose. Just the first pose caused Han Fei's expression to change. He could feel his meridians being pulled painfully and his muscles were all tensed up. This was just the first pose. The second, the third. When Han Fei practiced the 8th posture, he was already breathless and couldn't move anymore. Wasn't body refining too difficult? Han Fei sat on the ground with sweat all over his head. Exactly at this moment, Han Fei heard a voice from above. "Brother, this is the place. That brat lives here." Han Fei was alarmed. It was the voice of the Fatty Brother gang. Bam! The door was kicked open. Then an indifferent voice asked, "Where is he?" "Brother Gang said, huh? That stinking brat was clearly here, just now. Where could he have gone in such a short time?" The indifferent voice said, "Gang Z, did you say that the brat really defeated him as a peak level 6? Brother Gang said, "Brother Dong, it's true. That kid is very strange. He seems to have inexhaustible spiritual energy. At the peak of level 6, 140 points of spiritual energy is the limit. But he smashed me dozens of times with sweeping stick, and he can even use a spiritual energy protective cover. His face is not red, and he is not out of breath." The man called Brother Dong was silent for a moment before he said, "Interesting. Gongzi, leave some people here to keep a close eye on this young man. There must be something strange about this young man. He either has a treasure on him, or he has an opportunity. Whether or not we can seize this opportunity depends on you." Very soon, there was no reply from above, but Han Fei's face was gloomy. Was he too soft-hearted? The fatty didn't seem to have learned his lesson. Han Fei was not an idiot. He wouldn't go out and duel with the people above like an idiot. Not only was it a waste of spiritual energy, but the man called Brother Dong was at least a level 8 fisher, or the fatty wouldn't have been bowing to him like that. "Fatty, you're very good. I'll remember you." Han Fei held back his fury. They didn't know that he was a level 5 fisher yet, or more people would have come. It was too horrifying for a level 5 fisher to defeat a level 7 fisher, especially when the fatty had absorbed the power of the demonic fish. Han Fei gritted his teeth and drank a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. He had to speed up the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Then, Han Fei felt that he was full of strength. The fish head body polishing fluid was taking effect. The next 6 hours were the most important. Han Fei began his second training. This time, although his muscles and veins were still aching from the stretching, Han Fei gritted his teeth and persisted because of the inexhaustible strength in his body. Han Fei was drenched in sweat when he finished the 36 movements. When he finished the 72 movements, Han Fei felt as if he had just been fished out of water. When he finished the 108 movements, Han Fei was refreshed. He felt that all his muscles were cramping, and he fell to the ground in pain. "Damn it, my whole body is twitching. What kind of body tempering technique is this?" Han Fei almost passed out, but he was very energetic after taking the fish head body polishing fluid, so he couldn't pass out. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Han Fei's cramps gradually disappeared. Ouch! Han Fei lay on the ground, motionless, gasping for breath. This body tempering technique was too terrifying. But when Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot, he was shocked. Owner, Han Fei, level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 398, 167, spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality, hiss. I've only practiced it once, and my spiritual energy capacity has been increased by 8 points. This is too shocking. Chapter 30. During the day, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. At night, Han Fei practiced the void fishing art and absorbed the spiritual energy from heaven and earth into his body. After only 1 day, Han Fei found that he could break through level 6 easily. He felt that there was a threshold that he could jump over easily. But Han Fei didn't skip it. Xiaoyu said that every stage could be cultivated deeply. Some talented people could fight beyond their level because they had a good foundation. According to the void fishing art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through 10 levels in 1 day, but he only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. If he didn't have a solid foundation, his future development would be hindered. The next day, Han Fei ran out of the fish head body polishing fluid. He took a sip of the iron fish body polishing fluid and blushed. It was much more powerful than the fish head body polishing fluid. No wonder one bottle was worth 6 bottles of the fish head body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt that his body was about to explode. Han Fei immediately practiced the 108 postures. Once, twice, 3 times. Han Fei didn't stop blushing until he practiced 3 times in a row. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 506, 189. Spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality weapon. Purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality, 189 points? Han Fei grinned. It was indeed a body polishing art that cost 2,200 points of spiritual energy. 3 days was more than 3 months for a normal person. Han Fei's lips curled up. He had a feeling that if he were to beat Brother Gang now, he could knock him down with only 3 strikes. After 3 days of cultivation, Han Fei not only increased the capacity of his spiritual energy, but also his body grew stronger after each cycle of 108 postures. Some impurities were even expelled from his body. Han Fei had a hunch that if he practiced longer, he might even be able to pry out the growth of his spiritual heritage and save the 1,000 points of upgrade fee. Of course, if he still had spiritual energy, he would have leveled up, although the impurities were not as good as the last meridian cleansing. Some of them were still expelled. After many times of expelling impurities, Han Fei's 12-year-old body didn't lose weight but became much stronger. After practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing again, he found that he could no longer increase the upper limit of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. Not good. I can't suppress it anymore. Han Fei felt that his body had an involuntary desire for spiritual energy. He was very hungry, like a dry desert that needed to be moistened by rain. Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged, placed the spirit refilling pill in front of him, and activated the void fishing art. The sky gradually darkened. Not far from Han Fei's house, a fat man was walking over. Brother Gang, you are here? Brother Gang was carrying sea melon seeds in his hand. What? That kid hasn't come back yet. A kid shook his head. No, it was as if this kid had disappeared. Right? A girl who was a level 6 fisher came. She knocked on the door and left after finding nobody. Pa! Brother Gang slapped his lackey's head. Are you stupid? Why didn't you catch the girl? She must know him since she came to him. His lackey said pitifully, Brother Gang, it's not that we didn't want to catch her, but that we couldn't. The girl was holding a bamboo rod. Later, Ergo flirted with her on her way back, only to be beaten to the ground by 3 strikes. She's obviously not a simple girl. A bamboo rod? She beat Ergo to the ground with 3 strikes? Brother Gang's face slightly changed. She's so young and strong, and she has a bamboo rod. Does she have a fishing master parent? Suddenly, Brother Gang asked in confusion, Hey, do you feel that the spiritual energy here is denser? His lackey asked, Hasn't it always been like this? Pa! Brother Gang slapped him on the head again. You're really stupid. Not only are you stupid, but you're also very weak. But the spiritual energy fluctuations aren't that big. Maybe it's because the night is coming and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is beginning to fill up. So tonight it's a bit more concentrated. While Brother Gang and the others were chatting, Han Fei was eating jelly beans. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. The more than 500 points of spiritual energy that he had naturally accumulated over the past few days were consumed by the spiritual energy needed for the breakthrough in less than a minute. Just like that, endless spiritual energy entered his body from the outside world, and he had a spirit refilling pill in his mouth. The result greatly changed Han Fei's face. After a minute, his spiritual energy was used up again, and he was about to reach the bottom. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Do I need so much spiritual energy to break through to level 6? Didn't they say that level 7 was the threshold? It was really easy to break through the barrier of level 6. Han Fei didn't even feel any hindrance. The only thing that he couldn't bear was the enormous amount of spiritual energy needed for the breakthrough. After chewing 3 spirit refilling pills in a row, Han Fei realized that they couldn't help him at all. Besides, it was a waste to use them on a breakthrough. They were life-saving pills in times of crisis. What should he do if he used them up now? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the iron box. Was he really going to eat them? Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Han Fei made up his mind. At this rate of consumption, even 10 spirit refilling pills might not be enough. As soon as the spiritual fruit was revealed, its fragrance spread out. Han Fei swallowed it, and his body trembled. The spiritual energy that the spiritual fruit turned into instantly entered his body, passed through his limbs, and ran through his meridians. The supply of spiritual energy kept up. Han Fei reached level 6 almost in 10 seconds, and the calabash on his wrist flickered as if it were breathing. As he expected, just like the first time, Han Fei felt that his body was hot and his meridians were extremely hot. His body temperature was shockingly high. Because he was not in water this time, he was sweating profusely. Fortunately, the demon purification pot was absorbing the spiritual energy of the spiritual fruit, or he would have been stuffed to death. But in any case, Han Fei could feel that his strength was rising. He could even feel that his bones were itching and his marrow was flowing. Inch by inch, he felt itchy all over his body. He had a guess that the fruit seemed to be improving his physique, but unfortunately the itchy feeling only lasted for a short while. It seemed that the ability of the fruit was not enough. This process lasted for about 5 minutes, and a spirit fruit that others might not even see in their entire lives was digested by him. Han Fei didn't feel it was a pity at all. He murmured, "Level 6, and it seems to be a relatively high-leveled one." Han Fei immediately looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei, level 6, intermediate fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 2,308, 219. Spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality upgradable. Weapon, purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei immediately gasped. What's wrong with me? His upper limit of spiritual energy had increased by 30 points. He was only level 6. Did level 8 fishers have this much spiritual energy? Or level 9 fishers? Han Fei suspected that the upper limit of his spiritual energy tolerance seemed to have reached a level that others couldn't understand. More importantly, his level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage had become level 2, low quality. It was not just a little leap, but a leap of a whole level. 2 spiritual fruits had increased his spiritual heritage by 1 level. Although it was only 1 minor level, it was still terrifying. Han Fei even felt that his spiritual heritage could continue to improve as long as he had enough such spiritual fruits. But when he checked the upgrade of his spiritual heritage, he found that the original 1,000 points of spiritual energy had become 10,000 points. F***CK. Are you kidding me? Why is it only 10,000? Han Fei was lost for words. But on second thought, it was from level 1 to level 2. Was it from level 2 to level 3 now? Han Fei stood up, his bones creaking. He felt his whole body brimming with strength. His small body had at least 1,000 pounds of strength. He felt that if he were to encounter that brother gang again, not to mention anything else, just one stick would be enough to knock him down. Who? Level 6 is already so powerful. What about level 7? Can a level 7 slap a guy like Brother Gang to death? Han Fei thought for a moment. Was Brother Gang not strong? Definitely not. How could a level 7 fisher who had absorbed the power of a demonic fish be weak? At least 3 days ago, Han Fei had barely defeated him with his spiritual energy. Han Fei cleaned up. There were no more spiritual fruits, but he still had 7 spirit refilling pills. The 2 manuals didn't seem to be of much use, but they were mortal-level, high-quality combat skills after all. Han Fei left them here for now, but it was a pity that the demon purification pot didn't change much this time. The function of the demon purification pot, on the other hand, cost 5,000 points of spiritual energy instead of 10,000 points. It was a huge breakthrough. Han Fei concluded that such a fruit could contain almost 10,000 points of spiritual energy, which was truly terrifying. Not far away from Han Fei's house, Brother Gang craned his head and asked, "Do you smell anything?" "It smells nice." His lackey said, "No, Brother Gang." "Pa," Brother Gang said, "you're too ignorant. You only know how to make fun of me. Stay here." Chapter 31. Brother Gang walked back while eating sea melon seeds, ready to go home and sleep. He mumbled, "Little brat, don't let me see you again, or your Brother Gang will kill you." "Who are you going to kill?" Han Fei appeared. His face was covered with a black cloth. He felt that he had succeeded in his cultivation. Finally, he did not have to continue being a useless person anymore. He had turned into a genius. Brother Gang was quite shocked. He quickly turned around and looked at Han Fei as if he had seen a ghost. You, where did you come from?" Brother Gang's hand trembled, and he hurriedly threw a firework-like signal into the sky. Then he nervously held his iron rod. "Boy, I advise you to leave quickly, or my people will be here soon. Once the level 8 experts arrive, you won't have anywhere to run." Han Fei asked, "How can you recognize me in such a dark night?" Brother Gang wanted to roll his eyes. "Do you think I'm blind? You look like a kid, and you happen to be here. It would be weird if I didn't know who you are." Brother Gang took a deep breath. "It's not wise to fight me." Ouch! As soon as he said that, Brother Gang saw Han Fei jump up and swing the purple bamboo rod at him. He didn't have time to react at all. Brother Gang hurried to block it with his iron rod. Clang! With a loud bang, Brother Gang's fat figure was directly sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth. Both his hands were instantly fractured, and the fine iron rod was directly smashed and bent. "Ah, young master, spare me!" Brother Gang almost peed his pants. This guy was too horrifying. He was almost defeated a few days ago, but he was knocked down with only 1 attack without using the power of the demonic fish. At that moment, he felt that an adult iron-head fish had hit him. His arms were numb, and his internal organs were shaking. He felt that he was going to die if he was hit again. He couldn't care less at this moment of life and death. Brother Gang had to beg for mercy. Fights and murder were forbidden on the floating island. Han Fei did not intend to kill him. Instead, he pointed his purple bamboo rod at Brother Gang and said, "Give me all your money." Brother Gang was stunned. "You're still in the mood to rob me?" Brother Gang, "Ugh. Young master, my arm is broken. I'll pay for it myself." Han Fei rummaged for a while and found a money bag with a dozen low-quality pearls in it. There was also a bag of sea melon seeds, which were not worth much and only cost a few sea coins per caddy. Han Fei said, fiercely so poor, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Then he ran away. He had already seen someone running over from a distance. After a few dozen breaths, someone rushed over, and the closest one was Brother Gang's little brother. The lackey, "Brother Gang, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Brother Gang scolded, "His arm is broken. Don't move, don't move. Ouch. Hurry and inform Brother Dong." Brother Gang had a lingering fear in his heart. "I'm never coming back to this damned place again." A 12-year-old brat was able to knock him over with a single strike of his rod? Could it be that he had reached the 7th rank? But even if it was at level 7, it was only at the same level as him. It didn't make sense for him to be so strong. About half an hour later, a black-clothed, middle-aged man arrived. "Brother Gang, burst into tears when he saw the man. "Brother Dong, help me, Brother Dong. I feel that my arm is broken and my internal injuries are very serious. Brother Dong." Li Dong was not happy to be woken up in the middle of the night, but he frowned when he saw Brother Gang's reaction. "What happened exactly?" "Brother Dong, it's the kid you told us to keep an eye on. That kid is too strange. I don't know where he came from, but he knocked me over with just a stick. Brother Gang, you have to stand up for me." Brother Gang's face was covered with tears and snot. Li Dong was slightly moved. Although he despised Li Gang, the guy was a level 7 fisher after all. However, the guy had bent his iron rod after one attack, which meant that he was at least a level 8 fisher. Also, he was not a regular level 8 fisher, or he couldn't have beaten the fatty like this. If the guy was so strong, wouldn't it be hard for him to take care of him? Li Dong asked, "Are you sure it's him?" Brother Gang said, "Absolutely. It must be him. Although he's masked, I can still recognize a 12-year-old boy." Li Dong frowned. A 12-year-old level 8 fisher? Was there such a person in the Heavenly Water Village? If there was, wouldn't the boy be a genius? Li Dong immediately summoned one of his subordinates. "Go and get Zhang Han, the person in charge of this area." A moment later, Zhang Han came, his clothes still untidy. Zhang Han was very annoyed. "I was sleeping soundly, but I was called here. If it weren't for the fact that you are from the Tigers, I would have thrown you off the floating island in minutes." When Zhang Han saw Li Dong, he greeted him respectfully. "Brother Dong, why did you wake me up so late? What happened?" Then Zhang Han looked at Brother Gang and said in surprise, "Hey, it's you? Gang, how did you get beaten up?" Brother Gang had been running amok in this area before, and with the support of the Tigers, he never showed any respect to Zhang Han. Now that Zhang Han was obviously teasing him, he was pissed and too lazy to talk. Li Dong asked, "Who lives in that house?" "I heard that it's a 12-year-old boy. How strong is he? What's his background?" Seeing that Li Dong was referring to Han Fei's house, Zhang Han chuckled. "Brother Dong, look at that crappy house. What background can it have? There's only a good-for-nothing named Han Fei living there. He's only a level 2 fisher." Zhang Han secretly chuckled. It was true that the boy was a good-for-nothing, but his brother was awesome. His brother had been recruited by the angel as a disciple. Even I don't dare to pick a fight with him anymore, okay? Also, I heard that Han Fei died at sea a long time ago, so there was even less reason for him to come. Seeing Zhang Han's casual look, Li Dong couldn't help but snort. "Zhang Han, is the tiger's face worthless? Who are you kidding?" Zhang Han cupped his hands. "Of course not. I've always been in awe of the Tigers. However, you'd better not mess with this family. The entire Tigers can't afford to. Although Han Fei is a good-for-nothing, his brother is a disciple of the angel. Do you understand?" The angel. Li Dong's face changed greatly. The angel was from the city. If he claimed that he could destroy the Tigers with one hand, he wouldn't use 2 hands. Zhang Han was happy to see Li Dong's embarrassment, but he was still smiling. "Brother Dong, Han Fei can't hurt Gongzi at all, but Tanga, well, he's a level 7 fisher at the age of 12, and he's probably a level 8 one now. Gongzi should thank God that he's still alive. If they really made a move and Gang Zi was killed with a stick, who would dare to find trouble with the angel?" Zhang Han thought he was quick-witted. This was definitely done by Tanga. Only Tanga had the ability to cripple the fat man with a stick. Li Dong took a deep breath and realized that he was in big trouble. He seemed to have gotten himself into big trouble. Everybody in the Heavenly Water Village knew Tang Ji's name. Pissing off Tango was equivalent to pissing off the angel, which was basically asking for death. Brother Gang was shocked too. "Tango? Did Tanga live in this shabby place?" This time he really peed his pants. His whole body was trembling. It was over, it was over. He was definitely done for this time. Could it be that the masked man wasn't the brat from before, but his brother? But that's not right. I've seen this boy before. Overnight, the entire Tigers were mobilized. Gongzi was hung at the gate of the headquarters of the Tigers as an apology. Li Ju, the leader of the Tigers, begged the angel and even went to the village leader's house. But the village leader refused without thinking. "You've pissed off the angel. What does it have to do with me?" During this period, the Wang family gloated. Many people thought that the Tigers were doomed this time, including Li Ju himself. Even Li Ju himself thought so. He even asked his subordinates to protect Li Hu and take refuge at sea. But he couldn't leave. If he left, the Tigers would definitely be destroyed if the angel came to punish him. But in fact, the angel Fang Ze didn't know about it at all, and neither did Tang Ge. The protagonist of the story was squatting in front of a roadside stall at the school gate, eating shrimp dumplings and muttering that they tasted terrible. In the morning, the school gate gradually became lively, and more people set up stalls. Students were all coming to class. "Ah, Han Fei?" Suddenly a very happy voice sounded. Chapter 32. "Hey, He Xiao Yu, the shrimp dumplings in this restaurant are awful. Do you want to eat them? If you do, I'll give them to you. You're only giving it to me because it tastes bad?" Amused, He Xiao Yu ran to Han Fei and pinched his ear. "You're still in the mood to eat? Where the hell have you been? I thought you were dead." The teachers were all worried that if you died, Tango would go crazy when he came back, and our school would be in trouble. Hey, little girl, be quiet, or you won't be able to get married in the future." "Who said I'm dead? I just went for a stroll on the sea." He Xiao Yu said, "How can you be so casual? Do you know how many fishing boats the school sent to search for you? Even my dad looks sad every day." Han Fei thought to himself, "The school is only looking for me because they are worried that Tango will punish me. Otherwise, why would the school be so kind?" Han Fei scoffed. "Let go of me. Do you think I don't want to lose face? My fishing boat was broken, and I drifted on the sea for 5 days and 5 nights. Why didn't I know that someone was looking for me? Forget it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Let's talk after we enter the school, okay?" He Xiao Yu said anxiously, "How can the boat be broken? Come with me to find teacher." Before Han Fei finished the last shrimp dumpling, He Xiao Yu had already dragged him into the school. Along the way, some people avoided him like snakes and scorpions. Someone exclaimed, "Did Han Fei die at sea?" "What? Han Fei is not dead? That's not right. This guy disappeared for 7 to 8 days. Why did he appear again?" Sure enough, rumors can't be trusted. Han Fei must be in a relationship with He Xiao Yu. There must be something shameful. "Pa!" Blushing, He Xiao Yu stabbed the bamboo stick on the ground and berated, "What are you talking about? If you say it again, I'll kill you." If He Xiao Yu was violent, she certainly was, or she wouldn't have been running around with a bamboo stick. However, this little girl was a little stupid. She would only be violent when she was angry. But so far, Han Fei was much more violent than He Xiao Yu. Han Fei asked, "He Xiao Yu, are we going to class?" He Xiao Yu said, "What class? We're graduating soon. Let's go find the teachers and tell them that you're back." He Xiao Yu nagged as they walked. The fishing trial that was held once every 3 years was about to begin. All the teachers were busy guiding the students and telling them how to survive and succeed in the trial. Wang Jia was about to teach the students how to save themselves when He Xiao Yu came with Han Fei. Wang Jia was stunned. "Han Fei, you're not dead?" "Master, I've returned safely." "Pa!" Wang Jia slapped Han Fei's head. "You're full of tricks. Everybody thought that you died at sea. Do you know how many boats the school sent to look for you?" Speechless, Han Fei rubbed his head. "Master, someone tried to set me up. My boat was destroyed, and I wandered 800 kilometers away from the general fishery for 5 days and 5 nights. I was upset too." Wang Jia was taken aback and said seriously, "Huh? What happened?" Although Wang Jia looked down on Han Fei before, Han Fei made a breakthrough at the last moment, so he was more lenient. After all, Han Fei was just a kid, and he couldn't blame him too much. But now, someone tried to set up his student. That was unacceptable. The students of the school could die in the ocean while fishing but not being set up. After Han Fei finished, Wang Jie frowned. You're saying that a fisher above level 9 or even a fishing master tried to set you up? Han Fei said, Master, the port has been involved in the investigation. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A fishing master wanted to set you up? Was there a need to do that? He could have killed you with a slap. Suddenly, Wang Jie took 2 steps back and looked at Han Fei up and down, while Han Fei and He Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion. Wang Jie patted Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei certainly knew what was going on. So, Wang Jie had seen through his strength. This was a test. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, why did you hit me? But Wang Jie ignored him and looked at Han Fei weirdly. When did you become a level 6 fisher? Wang Jie found it hard to understand. It was understandable that you could level up 1 level a month. Or even if you were a genius, it was understandable that you could level up 1 level in half a month. But you've been a turtle for 4 years, and it only took you half a month to advance from level 2 to level 6. Was Tangu really capable of that? All of a sudden, Wang Jie wondered if he should take Han Fei to do another spiritual heritage test. He didn't believe that a little guy with a spiritual heritage of level 1, high quality, could be so talented. As if he knew what Wang Jie was thinking, Han Fei said in a hurry, Master, don't be so surprised. I ate a spiritual fruit that was given to me by my brother, and I instantly advanced from level 4 to level 6. Who? Wang Jie and He Xiaoyu were both relieved. No wonder you leveled up so fast. Then, Wang Jie glared at Han Fei with fury. Spiritual fruit? You only leveled up 2 levels after eating a spiritual fruit? Your aptitude is truly poor. You're no different from a piece of garbage. That's a spiritual fruit. Wang Jie was speechless. When a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. I haven't eaten a spirit fruit, but you ate it first. It was a pity that Han Fei's aptitude was too poor to absorb the power of the spiritual fruit. Wang Jie didn't want to talk to Han Fei anymore. His eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. He Xiaoyu, however, pulled Han Fei and asked enviously, Han Fei, is the spiritual fruit delicious? What does it feel like after eating it? Do you level up all of a sudden? Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu pitifully. Even if there was a fishing master in your family, so what? You couldn't find a spiritual fruit anyway, could you? Han Fei said casually, It's actually not a big deal. It's gone the moment it reaches your mouth. Then you'll feel hot all over your body. Your veins will expand, and your spiritual energy will overflow out of your body. Train yourself during this period, and then you'll hear the sound of your level cracking. Pa! Wang Jie slapped Han Fei's head again. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? Your spiritual energy is overflowing from your body. I'm drooling. Wang Jie snorted. All of you, go to the fishing trial class. You're not allowed to be absent. He Xiaoyu hurried to drag Han Fei away. She could tell that she would be beaten too if they stayed any longer. Didn't they see that Mr. Wang Jie's eyes were bloodshot? Soon after they left, He Xiaoyu asked secretly, Han Fei, are we going to fight today? Han Fei turned around and looked at her in surprise. That's not a good idea, is it? Will I be kicked out if I cause trouble the moment I come back? He Xiaoyu said, What's there to be scared of? Do you know? I'm only 1 step away from breaking through level 7. I think a dozen more bowls of swallowed spirit soup and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid will be enough. I can lend you my bamboo rod. Seeing the passion in He Xiaoyu's eyes, Han Fei realized that the girl had benefited a lot from the soup, or she wouldn't be egging him on right now. However, Han Fei was quite tempted too. Although the swallowed spirit soup was useless to him, he could still drink dozens of bowls of it. That would all be spiritual energy. The 2 of them agreed to challenge each other right after class. It was Han Fei's first class. Nobody was willing to sit next to him except for his temporary ally, Xiaoyu, who supported him. But Wang Jie said gloomily the moment he came in, "Sit away from each other. Don't think about puppy love at such a young age." Immediately, everybody in the class focused their eyes on Han Fei and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu immediately blushed and said angrily, "I'm not in puppy love." Han Fei opened his hands helplessly. "Me neither. It's pure between us. Pure." As soon as this word came out, everyone's view of Han Fei became impure. Everyone seemed to be wondering when Han Fei started to be so shameless. The class began. Wang Jie said, "You're all familiar with the fishing trial. I won't emphasize the details to you. I only want to emphasize that you should act according to your capabilities and not be eager for quick success. Although the fishing trial is about the quality and quantity of fish, you should know how many students are eaten by the fish every time. The odds of death and the odds of injury are 10%. Wang Jie talked a lot. It was Han Fei's first time hearing that, and he listened with great interest. As it turned out, the fishing trial was just a way to select talents for fishing. Only those who passed the trial would be awakened, which would awaken their spiritual beasts. Chapter 33. After the class, Han Fei and Xiaoyu, each carrying a stick, went to class 1, murmuring to each other. Xiaoyu looked at the rod in Han Fei's hand curiously. "Your iron rod is rather strange. My dad said that fancy weapons are useless." Han Fei thought that there were many things that her dad didn't know. He quickly changed the topic. Han Fei asked, "Why can only 1,000 people be awakened? There are tens of thousands of students in our school, and the other districts, right?" Xiaoyu said, "But the awakening consumes spirit awakening fluid. It's only enough for 1,000 people in the past. It's the same this time." Han Fei was surprised. "What about the rest of the people? Will they all become regular fishermen?" Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei weirdly. "Are you stupid? If they have a chance to become level 10 fishers and make a natural breakthrough, they'll awaken their spiritual beasts too." Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. He remembered that natural awakening was rare for the young men in the fishing village. Those who could awaken their spiritual beasts were mostly young men in their 20s. By then, they would have passed the best period for training. So, they wouldn't make much progress, even if they awakened their spiritual beasts. Han Fei thought that since the awakening was based on a ranking, he had to fight for the top few places. Han Fei was immediately motivated. He dragged Xiaoyu and said, "Hurry up. What's the most important thing for cultivators? It's time." Xiaoyu was lost for words. "Who's dawdling? You've wasted 4 years on yourself, and you're in a hurry at the last moment. Besides, you're already level 6, and you can pass the fishing trial." Bam! The gate of class 1 was kicked open. Everybody was shocked. Han Fei raised his rod and said, "I'm back. Is your protection? Well, is the swallowed spirit soup ready?" Han Fei held his head high. Sensing that Xiaoyu was pulling him, he said impatiently, "Don't be scared. I'm already level 6. I can beat everyone in the grade." "You're going to beat everyone in the grade?" The voice was quite dignified. Han Fei froze and looked aside, only to see the fishing master teacher of class 1 glaring at him gloomily. Han Fei was stunned. "Well, hello, teacher." "Well, teacher, I'm here to challenge you. I've heard that you are all strong. Today, I've reached level 6 and come to challenge you. If we lose, Xiaoyu's bamboo stick will be his, and if we win, we only want a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." Bang! Han Fei was sent flying. The fishing master pointed at him and cursed. "Get lost, shameless bastard." Since the last time, Han Fei was no longer a piece of trash in everyone's eyes. He was fierce when he fought. More importantly, with the swallowed spirit soup, he didn't have enough spiritual energy. How could he fight then? What was the point of fighting if the students in his class were to exhaust their spiritual energy to death? Han Fei was speechless. How could this teacher beat people casually? I'm just making a suggestion. A level 7 expert from Class 1 looked at Han Fei. Mr. Yang, he can only show off by absorbing the swallowed spirit soup. We'll challenge him as long as he doesn't use the swallowed spirit soup. Mr. Yang slightly frowned. Even if he didn't use the swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei wouldn't be easy to deal with as a level 6 expert. There were no level 8 students in the 4 schools in the village. There were more than 200 level 7 students, and only 1,000 level 6 students. Even though Han Fei was at the bottom of level 6, he was still a level 6 expert. Mr. Yang thought of something. It wouldn't be a problem to show the shameless level 6 expert to his classmates. Mr. Yang said, "You can fight him, but only the experts of your level." Han Fei was about to leave, but he immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." Mr. Yang said gloomily, "Only 1 bowl, and you're not allowed to drink it during a battle." Han Fei said, "Sir, that's not fair. I can only fight 1 of them." Mr. Yang was amused. "How many more do you want to fight? An entire grade?" Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. "Okay, let's fight first. I'll win as many bowls as I can." Everybody in the class rolled their eyes. "You're talking as if you're sure to win. Can you beat any expert of your level without the swallowed spirit soup?" Lu Lingji had just advanced into level 6 too. She intended to give it a try. After all, new breakthroughs should be more effective. However, Hukuin stood out first. "Let me do it. Don't compete with me. Let me do it." Although Han Fei's speed of improvement was rather terrifying, it didn't make sense. Tang Ge must have been helping him. Nobody in the school knew Han Fei's level better than he did. Also, Tang Ge had helped Han Fei too much. Tang Ge must have left a lot of benefits for Han Fei when the angel took him away, or he couldn't have reached level 6 so quickly. Amused, Han Fei grinned at Hukuin. "Don't be hasty. Let's fight 1 by 1. Bring me the soup first." Hukuin said, "There's plenty of soup as long as you can win." Clang! Hukuin walked close with his iron rod. He finally had a legitimate reason to teach Han Fei a lesson. Nobody looked forward to the opportunity more than he did. Han Fei extended his hand, and He Xiaoyu quickly gave him the purple bamboo rod. Han Fei said, "Come on, let me see what you're made of." Everybody was lost for words. It was as if he were being tested. Ah! Hukuin practiced the double flying rod, which was characterized by its speed. Han Fei chuckled. "What's the use of being fast? Watch me sweep away all your enemies." The advantage of sweeping stick was its wide range and fierce strength. Holding the stick in one hand, Han Fei filled the bamboo stick with spiritual energy. When he swept it, the spiritual energy drew a half arc in the air, which was quite fierce. In such a situation, Hukuin could only take the attack head-on, block it or retreat. However, the battle had just begun. If Hukuin retreated, he would never be able to hold his head high in the future. As for blocking, the sweeping rod was characterized by its wide range and ferocity. If Han Fei was given a chance, he would only be met with more heavy blows. So Hukuin chose to take the attack head-on. He felt that as someone half a step into level 7, it was impossible that he couldn't defeat Han Fei, who had been promoted by external forces. Clang! In the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, Hukuin's face changed greatly. His face turned red, and the iron rod in his hand was bent. His arms were numb, as if they were broken. Then he felt nothing. Pooh! He was blown away. Hukuin, a peak level 6 fisher, didn't even survive one attack from Han Fei. He was knocked out and didn't even have the chance to moan. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath. Lu Lingji, who was eager to give it a try, immediately froze. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Han Fei's growth was too fast, wasn't it? Mr. Yang was also dumbfounded. Was Han Fei's innate strength something that could be improved? They were both level 6, but he knocked Hukuin out in one move. Wasn't it too horrifying? He Xiaoyu was also stunned. She taught Han Fei the sweeping stick, but when Han Fei used it just now, his proficiency had obviously caught up with hers. Also, she believed that she was on par with Hu Kuin, but Han Fei had defeated him in one move? A question mark popped up in everyone's mind. Who the F***CK can tell me that this is the Han Fei who has been useless for 4 years? Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "That's why I told you not to be hasty, but you just had to charge forward." Then, Han Fei said arrogantly, "It seems that I'm invincible among level 6. Level 7 fishers, come out and let's have a fight." Yang Qing's face darkened. He knew very well what Hu Kuin was capable of. Han Fei had defeated Hu Kuin in one move, which meant that the guy was very strong. He had misjudged him, but he still nodded at the crowd. It wouldn't be bad if Han Fei could defeat Hu Kuin in one move. Immediately, a young man walked out from the crowd, carrying a bluish stick. He Xiaoyu said he's Xingqiu. He's very good. His rod is made of blue wood from the bottom of the ocean. It's as good as bamboo. He ranks in the top 20 among the level 7 students in our school. His reward is 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. When He Xiaoyu introduced him to Han Fei, she also mentioned that Xingqiu was worth 4 bowls of soup. Immediately, Han Fei's eyes turned green. Damn it, a level 7 was worth 4 bowls of soup? That was too good. Everybody listened to He Xiaoyu's explanation. Everything was fine at the beginning. Why did the painting change so suddenly? Han Fei nodded casually and said, "Hey, you're level 7, and I'm level 6. You'll get 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup if you lose." Xingqiu sneered. "I'm not short of soup. You came last time because I wasn't here. Now that I'm here, you dare to come again? Do you really think that no one in our class can defeat you?" Of course, Han Fei wouldn't be intimidated, but He Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed Han Fei's rod. "I have my rod. Give it to me." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at He Xiaoyu. "Don't be like this. Even if my opponent is a level 7 fisher, I won't lose, all right?" Han Fei said, "Let go. Look at how humiliating it is. It's just a rod." He Xiaoyu said, "I'm not letting go. You're the one who loses." Han Fei said, "Are you going to let go or not? Don't you want the swallowed spirit soup?" He Xiaoyu said, "I'll drink it. I'll help you drink it when you can't finish it." Everybody was lost for words. What did she mean by helping him drink it when he couldn't finish it? Did she really expect him to beat all the students in the grade? Did she know how many level 7 experts there were in a grade? Xingqiu was so angry that her face was red. "Hey, are you going to compete or not? Isn't it humiliating? You're not even willing to part with a bamboo rod." Han Fei felt rather embarrassed. He really didn't know what to say to He Xiaoyu, who was so stingy at a critical moment. Han Fei could only let go of her helplessly. "Fine. It seems that I have to bring out my own weapon." Everybody was gloomy. "How dare you? It's just an iron rod." Xingqiu said, "Who wants your lousy rod?" Han Fei stuck the rod on the ground. "What do you know about yellow fish? My brother gave this to me. It's a superfine iron rod, the best of all fine iron rods." Everybody was unconvinced. "Who are you fooling? Superfine iron rod? It's just a fine iron rod." Han Fei said, "You don't even dare to try it? You're only level 7? I always keep my word. Even if I don't, my brother is there. Are you scared that I don't have money?" Chapter 34. Everybody stared at the two of them. Logically speaking, a level 7 versus a level 6 wasn't a surprise, but Han Fei had grown too fast. However, Han Fei must have gained a lot of benefits. He grew too fast and defeated Hu Kuin with one move. Maybe he really had the confidence to fight a level 7. Under everybody's expectation, the two of them began to fight. This time, Han Fei jumped up and slashed. He didn't know any other combat skills. He only knew jumping, slashing, sweeping, and stabbing. Xing Qiu snorted and spurted out his spiritual energy. He planned to knock Han Fei down with a powerful blow. Han Fei, on the other hand, thought differently from Xing Qiu. He couldn't be too high-profile. A level 7 fisher was already the peak of the school. If he killed Xing Qiu as easily as he killed Brother Gang, it would be a disaster. Clang! Han Fei's face changed greatly. He pretended to step back. So strong. Is this the power of a level 7 expert? You're truly strong. Xing Fei was still arrogant. He thought to himself, do you know how strong I am? But he knew that Han Fei was truly strong. Was his strength really that great? He felt that his hands were numb. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei said, shoot, a level 7 expert is truly strong. Han Fei said, He Xiaoyu, I might not be able to win this time. Han Fei said, hey, aren't your hands numb? You're bleeding. After 5 consecutive strikes, Han Fei kept muttering, and his face changed several times. The onlookers thought that Han Fei was really feeling the toughness of a level 7 expert. But on the other hand, Xing Fei was no better than Han Fei. Xing Fei's lips were bleeding, and his face was paler and paler. Even his hand that was holding the rod was shivering. Clang! Xing Qiu was blown away. His rod did not bend, and his arms were slightly fractured. With blood flowing from his mouth, he stepped back and almost fell to the ground. Han Fei said, wow, you're truly strong. A level 7 expert deserves his reputation. My hands are shaking. As he spoke, Han Fei even shook his hands. Everybody was lost for words. You call that shaking? You're just shaking, all right? Yang Qing's face was gloomy and she was shocked. How did Han Fei become so strong? Not only did he win, but he was also completely fine. Silence. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. Someone patted his head. Am I dreaming? Is this Han Fei? He Xiaoyu's mouth was wide open, her eyes full of disbelief. How come she did not know that Han Fei was so strong after 4 years? There was no limit to how amazing he was. Han Fei hurriedly winked at He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu. Han Fei pretended to stagger to He Xiaoyu's side and fell on her with an ah. Hey, although I won, I seem to have been injured quite badly. However, Han Fei felt that something was wrong, as if he had touched something. Soft? Pah! He Xiaoyu blushed in anger. You're shameless. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I was injured. Why did you hit me? My internal organs are tumbling. I want to drink the swallowed spirit soup. The group of people rolled their eyes. Could you be any more fake? At this juncture, you're still drinking fish soup and pretending to be injured to take advantage of a girl. You're really one of a kind. Yang Qing tried to calm herself down. I won't argue with a kid. I'm calm. Who? Yang Qing bellowed. Okay, this challenge is over. Han Fei, come with me. Han Fei said, Master, I need to drink fish soup or my internal organs are tumbling. Bam! Han Fei was kicked out more than 10 meters away, and then he jumped up with a swish and tried to run. Yang Qing said, Stay where you are. You can get the fish soup from the cafeteria later. Come with me. He Xiaoyu, come with me too. The rest of you, send Hu Kuin and Xing Qiu to the treatment room. Wang Jia was examining a bottle of expensive body polishing fluid, thinking that he might be able to make further progress. He raised his eyes inadvertently, only to see his colleague Yang Qing leading his student to him with a dark face. Wang Jia asked, Mr. Yang, what's going on? Yang Qing said, Mr. Wang, your student is really good at hiding his strength. Han Fei knocked out a level 6 peak with 1 strike and swept away level 7 experts with 5 or 6 strikes. Do you know that? Wang Jia was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Knocked out a level 6 peak with 1 strike and swept away level 7 experts with 5 or 6 strikes. Han Fei said in a hurry, Mr. Wang, my internal organs are tumbling too. Yang Qing said, Shut up! You didn't even tremble. Do you think I can't tell? Wang Jia stared at Han Fei thoughtfully and then glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, tell me, what are you up to this time? Xiaoyu blushed and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, Yang Qing said with a smile, Your student is addicted to swindling fish soup. I caught him red-handed when he tried to swindle fish soup. Well, he's from your class. You deal with him. By the way, apart from Tango, few people in the school are his match. Let him go somewhere else to swindle people. Han Fei mumbled, swindle others? I'm just helping him, okay? Who knew that level 7 experts were so weak? Brother Gang could still fight with him. After Yang Qing left, Wang Jia looked at Han Fei weirdly. What did Tango offer you? How did you cultivate so fast? Far away at the edge of the level 2 fishery, on a white, luxurious fishing boat, Tango sneezed and frowned. Was my brother bullied? I've been out for a long time, but the guy next to me won't let me go. What should I do? Forget it. I'll find a way to go back in a few days. I'd better not be bullied. Next to him, Fang Zhe was holding a fishing rod with a 3-headed snake hanging on it. He said to Tengu with a smile, This is a 3-headed sea snake. It won't die even if its head is separated from its body. It will regrow after a while. It's very powerful. Of course, their gallbladders contain the essence of heaven and earth, which is a rare tonic. Here, you can eat it. You'll be level 9 after you eat it. In the school, as far as Wang Jie knew, this could only be achieved with Tang Ji's help. Han Fei only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. How could he become a level 7 fisher from a level 2 fisher in half a month? If he was really talented, he would be one of the best in the town. Wang Jie wouldn't be able to teach him at all. Wang Jie said thoughtfully, It's fun to raise your level for a while, but the higher you go, the more difficult it will be for you to cultivate. Even though spiritual fruits are marvelous, they're still medicines that can't be taken randomly. Remember not to raise your level too fast, or your foundation will be damaged. Han Fei said, Okay, sir, I'll listen to you. Wang Jie was rather uncomfortable to see that the good-for-nothing in his class had become a top expert of his generation. He waved his hand casually and said, Go! Don't challenge them. You'll only receive 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in the future. After all, you have to cultivate too. Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, Sir, I'm told that there are many experts in the North and South campuses. Are there even stronger experts in the West campus? Wang Jie's eyelids shivered. They're not strong. They're level 7 at best. You. Don't mess around. Han Fei said, Got it, sir. I won't. Han Fei was about to leave, and Xiaoyu was about to follow him. Wang Jie said, Wait. Han Fei turned around. Sir, is there anything else? Wang Jie said, You'd better watch yourself. You're only 12 years old. Don't fall in love at such a young age, or I won't stop Mr. He from slapping you. Xiaoyu's face immediately turned red. Who's in love with him? I'm just following him to drink the soup. Han Fei said, Sir, there's no such thing. Xiaoyu and I are as pure as the meat of a little white fish. Wang Jie said, Get lost. Han Fei said, Hey. Han Fei hurried to slip away. It seemed that he couldn't stay in his school anymore. The teachers were too familiar with him. Han Fei said, Xiaoyu, let's go to the cafeteria to drink the fish soup. We'll go to the South Campus after that and trick him into giving us 50 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. We also need to buy a big gourd. We can't waste it even if we can't finish it. We have to carry it with us so that we can drink it slowly in the future. But first of all, you have to lend me your bamboo rod. I can't use my iron rod casually. Han Fei babbled for a long time and looked back, only to see Xiaoyu walking angrily next to him without even looking at him. Han Fei asked, What's wrong with you? It's fine. We're as pure as the clouds in the sky. Xiaoyu turned around quickly. I'm not handsome at all. Too many people have pursued me. I don't like you at all. Well, Chapter 35. The news of Han Fei beating up Xing Qiu spread like wildfire throughout the school. Initially, no one believed it, but when someone from Class 1 told the truth, everyone looked at Han Fei with disdain and jealousy. When Hu Kun woke up, he felt like his world was collapsing. He had been killed in one move. Hu Kun gnashed his teeth. Damn it! It's all Tang Ji's fault. Han Fei, don't celebrate too early. In school, someone saw Han Fei from afar and mumbled. It's not like he did it on his own. If it weren't for Tango, he probably wouldn't have reached level 3 yet. Someone discussed, look, that's Han Fei. He's so lucky. We can't bully him anymore. Some girls were not afraid of Han Fei and walked past him. Humph, what's the point of relying on others? If you're not capable, you're not capable. Han Fei's face darkened. Look at yourself. How dare a bunch of good-for-nothings look down on me? In the canteen, there were 7 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in front of Han Fei and 2 in front of Xiaoyu. Yes, let's go after drinking. Guru, Xiaoyu only had 2 bowls of fish soup in total. Seeing that Han Fei had already drunk 3 bowls, she felt that it was unfair. What she drank was his own food, not something he cheated others out of. Han Fei glanced at her and pushed another bowl to her. Drink some more. You'll have the strength to fight. Xiaoyu said, it's useless for me to drink so much. I can't absorb it so fast. Why do you care so much? Anyway, there's no harm in drinking it. Drink it first. Xiaoyu realized that it made sense. After the last time, she went home and cultivated for 3 days, almost breaking the level 7 bottleneck. Maybe Han Fei was right. What if they ate all the good stuff at once? There were many students in the cafeteria, but no one was around Han Fei and Xiaoyu. The students' lips twitched when they looked at them. Was the swallowed spirit soup water? Even water is precious. The 2 of you poured several bowls each, as if you were drinking with each other. Hua! Han Fei rose abruptly, and so did Xiaoyu. They looked at each other and walked out of the cafeteria together. His spiritual energy value broke through 1,000 again. Han Fei was very confident. South Campus of Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei and Xiaoyu stood at the gate of the southern campus. Each of them had a stick on the ground, and Xiaoyu had a big calabash on her waist. What was even more outrageous was that there was a sign hanging in front of Han Fei's chest. On it was written, Han Fei, the gang leader of the eastern campus, is here to challenge. Students of the southern campus are welcome to challenge him, but whoever wins will be rewarded with a bamboo stick. Note, the loser must provide 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. The level 7 experts must provide 4 bowls, and those below level 6 are not allowed to disturb. The southern campus was in an uproar. Many students were enraged. They were too arrogant to challenge the entire south campus with just the 2 of them. Someone roared, "Your name is Han Fei? What kind of strength do you have to dare to spout nonsense again?" Someone was holding an iron rod. "Come on, I'll tell you why corals are so red." Someone cursed aloud. "Those who don't know you might think that your name is Tangge. It's fine if you are Tangge, but who is Han Fei? Unheard of. Today, I will beat you until you crawl back." "Let me." A level 6 boy walked close with an iron rod. "I'm Li Fanglai from the southern campus, a level 6 fisher. Do you dare to fight me?" Someone exclaimed, "It's Li Fanglai. His spiritual heritage was level 2, high quality a few days ago. He's qualified to go to the town. He's a heavenly talent in our village. I don't think he will lose." "That's right. I feel that the guy is also level 6. He's only a match for him despite his talent. Hee. Li Fanglai, knock him down with 3 strikes. Don't disgrace the southern campus." Li Fanglai raised his iron rod and grinned. "I'm going to kill you." Han Fei hurried to push him away. "Wait a moment." Li Fanglai's feet froze. "What are you doing? Are you scared?" It's useless even if you are, unless you kneel and admit your mistake. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey, you haven't brought the swallowed spirit soup yet. What if you run away after you lose? Li Fenglai blushed in fury. It's just 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Do you think I'll go back on my words? Han Fei said that's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows if you're lying or not? Li Fenglai trembled in fury. The guy was underestimating him. More importantly, did the guy really think he could win? Li Fenglai simply attacked because the guy had infuriated him. Clang! Han Fei easily blocked the blow and then yelled, "What are you waiting for? Go and get the soup. You're not going to run away after you lose, are you?" The guy next to him burst into fury. Who cares about 2 bowls of soup? You think you can win. You're too arrogant. You're lucky that I didn't go up, or I would have beaten the sh*t out of you. The 2 of them fought back and forth for dozens of rounds, and Han Fei was still breathing heavily. However, Li Fenglai discovered, to his shock, that the guy was too strong. He couldn't even shake the guy when he unleashed his full strength. Damn it. If he were at the peak of level 6, he would have crushed the guy. Xiaoyu looked at the sky from the side. She felt that Han Fei's behavior was a decoy. He pretended to be good, but the cost of spiritual energy was probably less than 30 points. Clang! Han Fei slashed hard and knocked Li Fenglai to the ground. Li Fenglai's face was red. It was so infuriating. He had used up all his spiritual energy, but why was the guy perfectly fine? Many people nearby were rendered speechless. Someone narrowed his eyes. The guy is not weak. He should be stronger than Li Fenglai, but Li Fenglai must have consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He'll be defeated by another level 6. Immediately, someone jumped out. I'm Jia Tong from Class 7 of the South Campus. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to rest. Han Fei was lost for words. Was that any different from no rest at all? A fisher could only replenish his spiritual energy through training, and it would take him half a day. Han Fei waved his hand. Wait a moment. I'm not trying to buy you more time, but where's the swallowed spirit soup? I won't fight you if you don't bring me the soup. I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word. Who will go back on their word? Jia Tong was infuriated. Being suspected again and again was even more outrageous than a direct provocation. Jia Tong said, "Who's going to fetch the swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei said, "There's no need to run. I have a better way. I can challenge you at the gate of your cafeteria. It's more convenient." Pooh! Many people almost vomited blood. How many people do you think you can beat? You challenge me at the gate of the cafeteria? I think you've been blinded by the swallowed spirit soup. Xiaoyu couldn't help but step aside, thinking I'm only here for the soup. No, I'm here to help him drink the soup. He can't drink it, so he invited me to help him drink it. But I'm not familiar with this guy. Han Fei added, "What? You don't dare to challenge me? I was told that there were many experts on the South Campus, but you're just SOSO. Xiaoyu, let's go to the North Campus." Jia Tong said, "You're too presumptuous. The gate of the cafeteria is the gate of the cafeteria. I'm afraid that you're too scared to come." Han Fei said, "I'm too scared to come? I can't come until you're bankrupt." Carrying the bamboo rod, Han Fei walked inside, swaggering and unscrupulous in the eyes of countless people who were almost spewing fire. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. "I won't be beaten up later, will I? I didn't fight them. I don't think they will. I'm a girl." In front of the cafeteria, Han Fei finally saw the 2 bowls of soup that Li Fenglai lost. He immediately shouted, "Xiaoyu, collect the soup." Xiaoyu blushed. She felt guilty for robbing a kid, but it was the swallowed spirit soup. She could only collect 2 bowls every 5 days, but she had already collected 2 bowls in such a short time. Jia Tong asked, "Can you fight now?" Han Fei said, "Of course. The South Campus is truly loyal. Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds." The moment Han Fei nodded, Jia Tong launched an attack. Like a madman, spiritual energy burst out of the rod and surged violently. Han Fei exclaimed, "Great! You're truly a genius of the South Campus. Awesome. Take another one of my strikes. Great!" After a couple of strikes, Jia Tong's face turned red. How much spiritual energy did this guy have? Why wasn't he done yet? Han Fei, on the other hand, pretended to be panting, but in fact he was controlling the output of spiritual energy. After all, his body was quite strong now. He could resist Jia Tong's strikes with only 5 points of spiritual energy. Just like that, he felt that he could beat 7 or 8 opponents in a row. BM caught off guard, Jia Tong was hit by Han Fei and was blown 3 meters away. His hands were shaking. At this moment, many people stopped mocking him. The guy who blocked the gate of the school was truly extraordinary. He had defeated 2 level 6 experts in a row. Chapter 36. Han Fei looked around and asked, "Who's next?" Someone was eager. A student at the peak of level 5 thought that Han Fei couldn't hold on any longer and that he might be able to win the bamboo rod with a final blow. However, the moment he stood out, Han Fei said in disdain, "You're too weak. Get someone else." The student certainly wouldn't give in. "It's just 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. I have it too, but I want to challenge you." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "It's good that you have the soup. Come on. You win if I give in." The level 5 student's eyes glittered. "You said it yourself." Then he roared and charged at Han Fei with his iron rod. He seemed to have exerted all his strength. Han Fei could tell at a glance that the man had concentrated tremendous spiritual energy on the iron rod. Clang. Han Fei bent back and almost stepped back, but a level 6 student was still a level 6 student. With one blow, the level 5 student fell to the ground. Han Fei said, "I told you not to come." "He Xiaoyu, collect the soup." Some students who thought that they were smart thought that Han Fei almost stepped back just now. They hurried to say, "I'll do it. It's my turn. It's my turn." A few minutes passed. Nobody challenged the level 5 fisher anymore. They almost vomited blood. Han Fei was about to step back, but he blocked the attack at the last moment and even killed the level 5 fisher with one blow. He Xiaoyu kept pouring the swallowed spirit soup into her calabash, thinking to herself, "I'm only here to help drink the soup. I'm only here to help drink the soup." After a while, the number of onlookers increased. One person spread the news to 10 and 10 to 100. Many people rushed to the canteen, holding He Xiaoyu's calabash. Han Fei had a mouthful of the soup now and then. "Who else? I'm open to anyone." But nobody responded. Han Fei shouted again, "Is there no one on the southern campus who can fight? Where are your level 6 experts? Where are your level 7 experts? Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Very soon, the crowd was pushed aside, and a couple of young men walked over confidently. Someone was relieved. They're finally here. Someone's confidence was boosted. "If they don't come, our southern campus will lose face." Someone said, "Han Fei is dead for sure this time. He can stop 1 or 2 people, but can he stop 8 or 10 people? As long as you don't give him a chance to catch his breath, he might not even be able to hold out against 2 of you. After all, he has been fighting for so long. Who dares to stir up trouble in the southern campus?" The man stared at Han Fei unkindly as he spoke. Han Fei said, "I'm Han Fei, the boss of the eastern campus. I think I'm invincible among level 6 students. I've never been defeated since I grew up. Today I'm here to be defeated." He Xiaoyu was rolling her eyes. "You haven't tasted defeat yet. You were only a level 2 fisher before, and nobody dared to fight you, fearing that you might be killed by accident. Otherwise, how could you have lived to this day?" But Han Fei didn't even blush or gasp for breath. Instead, he held his head high. "You? You haven't tasted defeat yet? Are you stronger than Tango?" Han Fei was not bothered at all. "Tango and I are good brothers. We've never fought before. I'm here to be defeated. Someone sneered. I'm told that you've fought many battles. You must have used up your spiritual energy. Are you sure you want to fight? Han Fei said, I absorb spiritual energy fast. My spiritual energy is infinite. Everybody rolled their eyes. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless one. Infinite spiritual energy? Do you think you're the sea god? Someone carried an iron rod. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Don't admit defeat if you dare. Han Fei said, Whoever admits defeat is a coward. Everybody's heart was ignited by his words. Kill him. Cripple him. Smash him to death. He's too arrogant. There's no way he can walk out today. Holding his bamboo rod, Han Fei said lazily, Fight me if you're not convinced. I'll do it. Someone couldn't help but want to see Han Fei's strength first. But this time, Han Fei jumped up and smashed the man 3 times in a row, knocking him away. Even his iron rod was bent. Hiss, shoot, is this guy made of iron? Why is he still so strong? Han Fei said with a smile, next. Wait a moment. When Han Fei was about to continue, he saw a middle-aged man with 2 students. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ding looked awful. He didn't believe it when he heard that someone was waiting at the school gate to challenge him, but he did now. A lot of bowls had been placed next to the girl who was filling the swallowed spirit soup. The gourd was so heavy that there was no telling how much swallowed spirit soup was in it. Zhou Ding observed Han Fei. He was indeed a level 6. He couldn't have missed it if he was a level 7. Zhou Ding pointed at a random student and said, Qin Kai, you go. The boy named Qin Kai was also holding a bamboo rod. He seemed to be much stronger than the other level 6 students. Qin Kai said, I'm Qin Kai from the southern campus. I'll challenge you. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and began to get serious. Spiritual energy burst out of the bamboo rod. Han Fei was no longer breathing heavily. His face was no longer pale, and his body was no longer shaking. Looking at the incoming staff, he raised a staff and swung it upwards. Clang! The shock wave rushed out, and many students below the 5th rank were forced to retreat. Han Fei was briefly stunned. The guy was not bad. He didn't know the rod technique that he practiced, but there seemed to be another force behind the first one. The impact of the 2 forces almost made him step back. Impressive. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and Qin Kai's expression changed greatly. His attack with 80% of his strength failed to shake the guy at all? Zhou Ding was quite surprised too. Qin Kai had a level 3, high-quality spiritual heritage. He was almost the strongest among the level 6 students in the southern campus. However, he didn't gain any advantage in the first confrontation. Han Fei said, Total annihilation. Clang! After a huge noise, Qin Kai's face turned pale, and he slid dozens of meters away, his hand shaking. Wasn't this a little too powerful? It was just a rod. So how could it be so powerful? The force was more than 1,000 kilograms, splitting Mount Hua. Everybody was stunned. What was that technique? What was Mount Hua? Qin Kai, on the other hand, was rather nervous. He tapped the ground, and the bamboo rod was covered in dazzling spiritual energy. Spiritual energy explosion. At that moment, Han Fei hurriedly retreated, and a huge force directly hit him. Fortunately, he blocked the wave of impact with his rod, otherwise, he would have been defeated. He Xiaoyu said in a hurry, This is a spiritual energy explosion. It's very powerful. Even a 7th grader has to dodge it. Han Fei shook his arms and head. It's very powerful. How did you do it? How did you explode it when the spiritual energy was gathered? How is it possible? He took the spiritual energy explosion head on? Oh my God, is he made of iron? Why is he so hard? Zhou Ding was surprised. This young man was not simple. He was unharmed by the blast of the spiritual energy explosion. It was a sign that his body had been trained to the highest level. To everybody's surprise, the spiritual energy at the tip of Han Fei's rod became more and more dazzling. Han Fei said, "Spiritual energy explosion." Zhou Ding took action and crushed Han Fei's spiritual energy explosion with one hand. But in the next second, the enormous spiritual energy hit his palm and bounced it away. Humph! Break! The mass of spiritual energy exploded, and the air billowed, forcing Han Fei to take 7 or 8 steps back. Han Fei's eyes glowed. It was so strong. He didn't know how to detonate it just now. Thankfully, his teacher helped him, or he wouldn't have known what to do. Zhou Ding was rather embarrassed. He almost failed to shatter a level 6 student's spiritual energy explosion. It was truly humiliating. Zhou Ding narrowed his eyes. "You're as strong as a level 8 fisher, and you're shameless enough to cheat a student of my school of swallowed spirit soup? Get lost." "Hiss!" the students next to him all exclaimed. The combat ability of a level 8 fisher? Was this guy still a student? Wasn't he too strong? Someone was suspicious. Shoot, is he that Tango? Who else in the Eastern Campus is as strong as him? Asshole, you're pretending to be a level 6 when you're only a level 8. Pay for our soup. That's right, shameless Han Fei. Pay for our soup. Han Fei said, "Why are you yelling? I'm clearly a level 6. Do I have to tell you that I'm born with extraordinary strength? I don't tell you because I prefer to keep a low profile." Han Fei looked at Zhou Ding and said with an awkward smile, "Mr. Zhou, well, I'm actually here for a breakthrough. I just experienced the power of the spiritual energy explosion, and I'm quite familiar with it now. Well, I'm leaving." Zhou Ding grabbed Han Fei. "Where are you going?" Han Fei said, "Sir, I'm really a level 6. You can check it if you don't believe me." Zhou Ding simply ignored Han Fei and carried him away. Still floating in midair, Han Fei shouted, "Xiaoyu, let's go. Follow me." So, a bunch of students were left at the gate of the South Campus cafeteria in the wind. Chapter 37. Zhou Ding took Han Fei to an empty training ground and asked, "What's wrong with your spiritual energy? Why is it not drained?" Han Fei said honestly, "Sir, I absorb spiritual energy very fast. I can replenish my spiritual energy with a mouthful of fish soup." Zhou Ding said, "That's bull's asterisk it. I've never heard of such a physique before." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Mr. Zhou, it's true. My master, Wang Jie, has heard of it before. Ask Xiaoyu if you don't believe me. Her father is a teacher at the Eastern Campus." Zhou Ding looked at Xiaoyu and the bamboo rod in her hand and frowned. "Is your father He Mingtang?" Xiaoyu nodded quickly, hoping that the teacher would not tell her father what happened today. Zhou Ding asked, "What level is your real spiritual heritage?" Han Fei said him, "Level 2, low quality." Zhou Ding said, "That's bull's asterisk it. Little girl, tell me." Xiaoyu was rather stunned too. She remembered that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality. How did it become level 2? Did Tang go give Han Fei some miraculous medicine? It did make sense. Spiritual heritage was said to be fixed at birth, and it could never be upgraded. It must be the effect of a top spiritual fruit that boosted Han Fei's spiritual heritage. Xiaoyu nodded again. She was quite jealous and wished that she had a spiritual fruit too. Zhou Ding frowned even harder. Even if your physique is extraordinary, your spiritual heritage is still limited. You've pissed off so many people today. Besides, it's not good to be too dependent on your special physique. What if something goes wrong with your physique one day, when you don't have that endless spiritual energy and can't perform the exaggerated spiritual energy explosion? What else can you do? Han Fei nodded quickly. "You're right, Mr. Zhou. We're leaving. Get lost." Seeing that Han Fei and Xiaoyu were driven away, Zhou Ding took a deep breath. It was appalling that such a physique existed in this world. It was a pity that while Han Fei had an unparalleled physique, it also limited his future achievements. With a spiritual heritage of level 2 low quality, he would never be a great fishing master, even if he was lucky enough. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left the school gloomily. The moment they got out of the school, they ran as fast as they could. Are we still going to the northern and western military academies? He Xiaoyu shook her head while running. No, we're lucky this time. We might not be so lucky next time. Han Fei realized that it made sense. Now that he was in someone else's territory, he was indeed too arrogant. But when he remembered the calabash of swallowed spirit soup, he asked in a hurry, "How much soup do we have?" He Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. 29 bowls in total. Huh? Only 29 bowls? I feel like I've fought many of them. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. What do you mean you beat a lot of them? You tricked a lot of them. The real fight was in the last battle, and this guy actually learned spiritual energy explosion. However, He Xiaoyu was not going to tell Han Fei anything. At least, her father told her not to consider this combat skill for anyone below level 7. In a certain corner, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu each carried a calabash, and Han Fei got 20 bowls. After all, he was the one who fought. But in the end, Zhou Ding estimated that he let them go easily for He Xiaoyu's father's sake. So Han Fei gave He Xiaoyu a little more. Halfway through the soup, Han Fei couldn't drink anymore and tried to find a topic. He Xiaoyu, what's spiritual energy explosion? I felt that I couldn't control it just now. Thankfully, Mr. Zhou helped me, or there would have been dire consequences. He Xiaoyu asked, how much spiritual energy did you gather just now? Han Fei said 70 or 80. Pooh! He Xiaoyu spurted out the soup in her mouth and looked at Han Fei, dumbfounded. How much? Seeing He Xiaoyu's reaction, Han Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't it a bit too much? He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei as if he were a lunatic. You're level 6. How much spiritual energy do you have in total? Aren't you crazy to gather more than half of your spiritual energy for a fight? He Xiaoyu asked. Do you know how much spiritual energy Qin Kai used just now? Han Fei asked how much. He Xiaoyu said, no more than 25 points. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Seriously? How can 25 points be so strong? Then wouldn't 80 points be enough to kill him? He Xiaoyu said, although you seem to have learned spiritual energy explosion, you don't know how to control it at all. So, even if you really fight with it, you can only overwhelm the enemy with spiritual energy. Your real control is very weak. Han Fei was immediately interested. How do I control it? Teach me. I gave you 9 bowls of fish soup. He Xiaoyu said, why don't you wait until level 7? Learning spiritual energy explosion at level 6 is actually not very useful. My father said that level 6 spiritual energy is not enough and not pure enough, and it's easy to run out. But level 7 is different. After level 7, fishers will have a certain control over spiritual energy. At that time, 1 point of spiritual energy explosion may be even more powerful than 2 points of spiritual energy explosion for regular level 6 fishers. At that time, this skill will be useful. Han Fei asked, huh? So powerful? Han Fei recalled that Chen Kai's performance was already very impressive. He was really shocked when he almost defeated Han Fei with a stick. Han Fei suddenly said, that's not right. I've fought level 7s before. You saw that guy from class 1, but he didn't use spiritual energy explosion. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Can you use spiritual energy explosion on your classmate? If a level 7 expert uses spiritual energy explosion poorly, your life may be in danger. Rolling his eyes, Han Fei suddenly said to He Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, somebody is trying to kill me. He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, I suspect that somebody is trying to kill me. I've been on the sea for 5 days, right? The fishing boat was destroyed by someone. Han Fei talked a lot and then looked at He Xiaoyu, his eyes glittering. Can you teach me spiritual energy explosion? I'll trade the rest of the swallowed spirit soup for it. He Xiaoyu was lost for words at Han Fei's sympathy. She had gotten the swallowed spirit soup for nothing in the first place, and he wanted to trade it for spiritual energy explosion? He Xiaoyu said, I don't know how to. My father didn't let me learn it. Han Fei asked, why doesn't your father teach you anything? He doesn't teach you anything. Are you his son? He Xiaoyu immediately picked up the bamboo stick and poked Han Fei. Of course I'm his son. Why don't you believe me? Han Fei shouted, hey, 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 stop. Rather annoyed by the girl's weakness, Han Fei immediately scolded her, which gave He Xiaoyu a fright. Han Fei said, just because your father doesn't let you practice, it doesn't mean that you can't. Do you have the determination to be an expert? Cultivators like us must know how to defy the natural order. Fine, if you have a solution, I can trade treasures for it. Han Fei thought that He Xiaoyu would ask him what treasures he had curiously, but He Xiaoyu simply pouted her lips. You're mean to me. You're mean to me, Han Fei. Therefore, amazing creatures such as women did not need to be differentiated by size. When a woman felt wronged, if it was a man who wronged her, you're mean to me would represent all her thoughts at this moment. Han Fei drank the swallowed spirit soup silently. It seemed that he wouldn't recover any time soon. He Xiaoyu nagged, you're mean to me. You want me to steal things, and you don't believe my father. More importantly, you're mean to me. Han Fei couldn't drink the soup anymore. He immediately took out a small bottle and said, I'll trade with you. He Xiaoyu's aggrieved face immediately changed and her eyes widened. Is this the iron fish body polishing fluid? He Xiaoyu gasped hard. The iron fish body polishing fluid was made of the brains of ironhead fish. It was said that dozens of adult ironhead fish were needed to refine one tiny bottle of the iron fish body polishing fluid. Han Fei had such a good stuff. He Xiaoyu extended her hand and tried to grab it. Han Fei hurried to withdraw his hand. Well, about spiritual energy explosion, He Xiaoyu snorted and glared at Han Fei. I really don't know how to do that, but it's not entirely beyond my control. In fact, spiritual energy explosion is about the control of spiritual energy. As long as you have enough control over your own spiritual energy explosion will be very simple. Han Fei asked in a hurry, how do you control it? He Xiaoyu said, I don't know. You just need to make more use of your spiritual energy. For example, the process of fishing, casting, reeling, and retracting are all forms of control. If you want insights on the use of spiritual energy explosion, one bottle of the iron fish body polishing fluid is far from enough. Besides, you only have half a bottle. Han Fei was even more tempted. Although the iron fish body polishing fluid was also a treasure, it was far from comparable to spiritual energy explosion. That thing was a life-saving technique for him. He had to get it. Han Fei said gently, He Xiaoyu, are we good friends? He Xiaoyu said warily, no. Han Fei said, you're here to challenge me? If your father learns of this, TSK. He Xiaoyu said, I'm just passing by. Fine, what do you want? Han Fei said cunningly, well, can you give me a copy of your insights on spiritual energy control? I'll share them with you as soon as I find anything good. No. Han Fei said gently, He Xiaoyu, the fishing trial is around the corner. It doesn't matter who your father is in the trial. How about I give you a spirit refilling pill? You have a spirit refilling pill? He Xiaoyu exclaimed. Han Fei asked, how about it? He Xiaoyu hesitated. But Han Fei said, okay, that's enough. 2. He Xiaoyu said, no, my father. Chapter 38. He Xiaoyu eventually agreed. Han Fei found that the girl was a money grubber. It had to be because her father was too strict with her, especially on her cultivation. Her father had been very strict with He Xiaoyu in order to raise her into a great fishing master. As a result, The girl craved for good stuff. At this moment, He Mingtang was teaching class at school. The two of them snuck to He Xiaoyu's house. Half an hour later, He Xiaoyu ran out of the house in panic. He Xiaoyu guiltily covered a booklet and said, "Here you go. This is all I found. Let's go. We'll be doomed if my mother finds out." Han Fei put on a mysterious smile. "Good job. I'll share more swallowed spirit soup with you later." At the gate of the school, both of them had smiles on their faces. He Xiaoyu had received 3 spirit refilling pills, and Han Fei had learned how to use spiritual energy. Both of them felt that they had benefited greatly. He Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a stern reprimand came from behind the school gate. "Ah, Dad." He Mingtang's eyes were almost bursting with fury. He looked at his worthless daughter and glared at Han Fei maliciously. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not much better. The smile on his face was completely frozen. Seeing Wang Jie's unfriendly face and the teacher next to Wang Jie, he changed his face and shouted at He Xiaoyu, "Run!" Wang Jie was so angry that he laughed. "Now, you remember to run? What were you doing earlier?" Then, Wang Jie cast his fishing hook at Han Fei quickly. Han Fei felt the malice coming from behind him. His body twisted involuntarily into a strange posture, and the fish hook brushed past his shoulder. "Huh!" The 3 fishing masters, including He Mingtang, all exclaimed in shock. How could a level 6 fisher dodge Wang Jie's fishing hook? Wang Jie was elected as a law enforcer of the regular fisheries because of his extraordinary strength. As a late-stage fishing master in his 30s, it was possible that he could become a great fishing master before he was 40. How could his fishing hook be dodged? Wang Jie felt rather embarrassed. With a flash of spiritual energy on the fishing line, the hook was twisted and darted at Han Fei at a higher speed. Han Fei sweated. "I just went to get a few bowls of fish soup. Do they have to greet me like this?" While he was thinking, his body flipped on the spot, narrowly dodging the fish hook again. Wang Jie's old face suddenly turned red, but he was astonished in his heart. How could this kid be so flexible? Zhou Ding said in surprise. "Old Wang, this student is quite interesting. He might be able to make it to the top 100 of the fishing trial, right?" Wang Jie coldly snorted and said, "Him? Top 100? Just don't be at the bottom." This time, Wang Jie did not hold back. The speed of the hook multiplied. Even though Han Fei managed to evade the hook with one leg, the end result was that the hook twisted and bound his other leg. As the fishing line was retracted, Han Fei was dragged all the way to the school gate, which attracted a lot of attention. "Wang Jie, kid, do you think your wings have hardened and you're floating?" Seeing this scene, He Xiaoyu was scared. Fortunately, she did not run away, or it would be embarrassing for a girl to be dragged like this. Han Fei, on the other hand, shouted, "Sir, I'm innocent. I only went to the southern campus to communicate with my classmates." Wang Jie said to Zhou Ding with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, thank you for the trip. I'll definitely teach this kid a lesson." Zhou Ding, on the other hand, laughed. "That's not necessary. I think the kid is not bad. Why don't you come to the southern campus to study?" Wang Jie said, "That won't be necessary. The fishing trial is drawing near, and our school is preparing to concentrate on training. We don't have time to go to the southern campus." Zhou Ding smiled. "Okay, I'll be going back now." Wang Jie said, "See you, Mr. Qin." After Zhou Ding left, Wang Jie's face changed. He grabbed Han Fei and sneered, "What's so good about you? You blocked the gate of the southern campus and showed off your abilities. Are you asking to be killed? Do you think you can do whatever you want as a level 8 fisher? Do you think that nobody can stop you?" Han Fei said, "Sir, I'm not. I didn't know that the southern campus was so weak." Wang Jie sneered, "Weak? Do you think that you were strong before? If it weren't for the things that Tanga left for you, would you have been as strong as you are today? Do you know how many people will have their eyes on you when you reveal this strength?" Han Fei was stunned. Who would target a level 6 fisher? Before Wang Jie said anything, He Mingtang had already said, "Everybody knows that you improved so fast because Tango was favored by the angels and prepared a lot of good things for you. They dare not piss off Tango, but it's not difficult for them to kill you and dig out your secrets." He Mingtang made up his mind that his daughter would never hang out with this guy again, or God knew how much trouble he would cause. Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, Wang Jie said, "Do you understand now? Nobody dares to touch Tango, but nobody dares to touch you? You'll be grounded for 3 days. Reflect on yourself." Han Fei smiled bitterly. He had forgotten about that. He had been improving his strength quickly under Tang Ji's name, but his performance had been too outstanding recently. But his recent performance was so outstanding that people couldn't help but wonder if Tango had left some opportunities for Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Sir, I was wrong. I won't fight again." But the confinement, Wang Jie sneered, 3 days? Not a moment less. Han Fei was taken away by Wang Jie. He Mingtang glared at He Xiaoyu. "Go home and stay in the house for 5 days. He Xiaoyu said pitifully, "Dad, I didn't fight." He Mingtang said, "Go back. Don't have anything to do with this guy before he becomes a fishing master." He Xiaoyu pouted and said pitifully, "Okay." There was only one confinement room in the school. It was mainly used to punish some special bad students, but most of them would only be locked up for 1 day. It was rare to see someone locked up for 3 days like Han Fei. The confinement room was made of hard black stones. Although it was not a problem for fishing masters, it was a serious problem for fishers. 3 days ago, Han Fei was dragged to the confinement room by Wang Jie like a dead dog. That was the biggest topic in the past few days. Someone said angrily, "Scoundrels are too arrogant." I'm told that Han Fei blocked the gate of the southern campus. He was asking to be killed. Someone teased, I'm told that he wouldn't have come back if the teachers of the southern campus hadn't let him go. Many people went over to take a look when they passed by the confinement room. Unfortunately, the confinement room was too dark and they couldn't see anything. However, Han Fei kept hearing people sneering at the door, making fun of him. Zhou Xiao, one of Hu Kuin's best friends, was crouching at the gap of the confinement room. He said, sarcastically, "Hey, Han Fei, are you having a mental breakdown?" Someone joked, "He's not scared to death. But let's see if he dares to be arrogant again. Does a guy who relies on external forces really think he's destined?" In the confinement room, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. His clothes were soaked and the spiritual energy in his body was running around. Even after 3 days, it was difficult for him to control the spiritual energy accurately and freely. At this moment, he could barely control it. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to concentrate half of his spiritual energy in his palm. No, half is too much. Not good. I'm going to lose control. Outside the confinement room, Zhou Xiao and the others sensed that something was wrong. They discussed, Do you feel that spiritual energy is surging? It seems a little. Could it be that Han Fei is cultivating? Nonsense. Why isn't the spiritual energy glowing when it's so intense? Wait, look, it's glowing! Outside the confinement room, they suddenly sensed that a dazzling light burst out. BM! Zhou Xiao and the others didn't know what was going on. They felt that they were flying. An intense explosion spread throughout the school. Many people saw Zhou Xiao and the others flying, only to pass out in the next second. A whole half the height of a grown man had been blown out of the confinement room. Almost at the same time, dozens of teachers from the school arrived. When Wang Jie and the others arrived, they checked Zhou Xiao and the others first. Then they took a long breath in relief and said, "Send them for treatment." Then the teachers looked solemnly at the big hole in the door of the confinement room, from which there was a rustling sound. Then everybody saw Han Fei crawl out of the hole with a dirty face and a bird's nest hairstyle. Han Fei thought to himself that he had underestimated the power of the spiritual energy explosion. It was too powerful. Half of his spiritual energy was 110 points, but it was still so powerful. What if he used all his spiritual energy? The entire confinement room would be blown up. Wang Jie and the others' eyelids twitched. How could this guy be fine under such power? Chapter 39. In the office. Han Fei stood there with his hair in a bird's nest, his eyes rolling. Wang Jie said solemnly, "Speak. Who taught you spiritual energy explosion?" This time, nobody thought that it was Tango who taught Han Fei the basics of spiritual energy explosion. Last time, the teacher of the southern campus made it clear that Han Fei learned it from his opponent in a fight and knew nothing about spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei said, "Sir, I was in seclusion for 3 days and had an epiphany." "Pa!" Wang Jie slapped Han Fei's head. "You're too shameless. You were supposed to be locked up for 3 days, but you said that you were in seclusion for 3 days. Bullsh *T. Spiritual energy explosion is a technique that requires proficiency. Was it you who comprehended it?" Han Fei said, "Sir, I really figured it out on my own. I've been locked up for 3 days. Wang Jie was lost for words. That's right. The boy was locked up the moment he returned to school. Did he really figure it out on his own? However, He Mingtang, who was in the same office, was gloomy. He felt that something was wrong. His daughter had been hiding from him in the past few days. Was there really no connection between them? Wang Jie did not think too much. He simply criticized, "Brat, do you know why spiritual energy explosion is not taught below level 7? Firstly, it's because you don't have enough spiritual energy. Secondly, your veins are not strong enough. And thirdly, you need proficiency to practice spiritual energy explosion. Spiritual energy explosion is the simplest of all techniques. But have you ever seen a fisher below level 7 use it?" Han Fei lowered his head and gnashed his teeth. "You like hitting my head, don't you? Fine. I'll blow up your head when I'm awesome." "Huh. My veins are not strong enough. No wonder my arm was sore, and my veins seemed to be torn apart when I used it just now. So, my veins were not strong enough? Then, didn't I only need to strengthen my veins?" "Han Fei, I'm here." "Pa, do you take my words as a passing wind? How dare you be absent-minded?" Han Fei grinned and secretly cursed. "Wang Jie, you bastard. Just wait and see. I'll slap your head away one day." The moment he left the office, he went home to get the ghost bead. The essence of the ghost blade clam was all contained in a ghost bead, which could strengthen one's veins and meridians. If the effect was really good, it wouldn't be a problem for him to have more spiritual energy. After what happened last time, Han Fei became more cautious, fearing that he would be targeted, so he kept a low profile along the way. At this moment, Han Fei was hiding behind a big tree and looking around to see if he had been discovered. "Little friend, are you Han Fei?" Suddenly, someone behind Han Fei spoke, which scared Han Fei out of his wits. He immediately raised his purple bamboo rod. "Little friend, don't panic. I mean you no harm." When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw that it was a burly man who looked like a calf. However, this man did not look like a simple and honest person. There were 3 scars on the muscular man's face. One pierced through half of his face, another pierced through one of his eyes, and the last one was even more terrifying. His mouth had actually been torn open. Even though it had already healed, it still looked terrifying. Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" The strong man put on a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm Li Ju, the leader of the tigers. A few days ago, my men were arrogant and willful and offended you. I hope you can let bygones be bygones. If you need anything, as long as the tigers can give it to you, we will never be stingy." Han Fei knew that he was here to apologize. The tigers must have learned of his relationship with Tango, so the leader of the tigers came to apologize in person. If this matter had not been made public, the tigers could have killed him. Unfortunately, they missed the opportunity and failed to catch him. Since they missed the opportunity, they had to make up for it. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. So it's you, Leader Li. Since you've come in person, of course I'll forgive you. However, a few days ago, Brother Gang and the others provoked me several times. Please restrain them, Leader Li, otherwise the reputation of the tigers will be greatly damaged. Li Ju grinned ferociously. Of course, little friend. You will never see them in the heavenly water town again. Han Fei was shocked. What did he mean? They were all dead. He had heard that the tigers had done a lot of evil things, and many people who offended them were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Now he saw them in person. He didn't expect Li Ju to be so cruel. However, Han Fei rolled his eyes and was almost scared by this guy. If he was not strong-willed, who would dare to continue to make trouble for the tigers? Who would dare to ask for compensation after being scared by Li Ju and nodding like a chicken pecking rice? Considering that this matter had been made public, Han Fei immediately sneered. Leader Li, my brother, left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, but when I returned that day, I found that they were all missing. Leader Li, do you think? Han Fei felt that the air suddenly became quiet, as if bursts of killing intent appeared out of thin air. Looking at Li Ju's ferocious face, he wondered if this guy still wanted to kill him. Han Fei didn't believe that if he dared to kill him in this case, not only Tango would not let him go, but also the teachers in the school. Sure enough, after looking at each other for a while, Li Ju said with a smile, "Of course. It's my fault. I'll give them all to you later." Han Fei nodded. There's nothing else except for some mid-quality pearls and a few spirit refilling pills. The air was quiet again. Even Li Ju himself felt a little shocked and wanted to kill Han Fei. This kid is so ungrateful. The iron fish body polishing fluid is precious, not to mention the spirit refilling pills, which are life-saving pills. How dare you ask for them? Han Fei looked at Li Ju quietly, looking harmless. He really didn't believe that Li Ju dared to kill him. Li Ju gritted his teeth. Okay, the tigers will compensate you. Please take care, little friend. Han Fei grinned and said, Goodbye, Boss Li. After a while, Li Ju appeared in place, looking coldly in the direction where Han Fei left. Suddenly, he punched the big tree next to him. The huge tree body actually broke with a sound. Someone next to Li Ju looked unfriendly. Leader, this kid has gone too far. This is extortion. I'm willing to. Shut up. Li Ju calmed down and said, Money is just a worldly possession. The most important thing is to survive. Tang can't stay here for long. After the awakening, he will leave. I don't know when I can come back. Let's see how arrogant this kid is. Han Fei was in a good mood. Dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid. The tigers are so rich. It will be easier for me to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing in the future. He had to admit that the tigers were very fast. The things he asked for in the morning were delivered in the afternoon. Han Fei checked them. There were 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, 50 mid-quality pearls, and 5 spirit refilling pills. Damn you, Li Ju. Han Fei trembled with anger. I said dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, not 10. And 5 spirit refilling pills? Do you think I'm a beggar? But Han Fei really wronged Li Ju. How could the iron fish body polishing fluid be so easy to get? And the spirit refilling pills, which were useless in his eyes, were life-saving pills in the eyes of others. 5 of them was already enough to make him vomit blood. Han Fei kept complaining. Old bastard, you're so stingy. Fine, I'm so easily satisfied. I'll make do with them for now. Fortunately, Li Ju didn't hear Han Fei's complaints. Otherwise, he might have slapped him to death on the spot. In the cave, Han Fei pinched the ghost bead. This bead was said to be able to warm and expand meridians. He didn't know how effective it was, but he swallowed it without hesitation. After a while, the effect of the ghost bead was not too magical. Han Fei only felt that the meridians all over his body were a little cold. a bit like the feeling of taking an intravenous drip. After a full hour, Han Fei felt that his meridians might be a little stronger, because some unknown impurities oozed out of his skin. No, I thought this thing would be very powerful, but it turns out that it's not very effective. It seems that I have to take at least 5 or 7 of them together. Fortunately, others didn't know what Han Fei was thinking at the moment, or they would definitely beat him to death. A precious medicine that could strengthen meridians was hard to come by, but this guy thought it was not very effective. 3 days later, in a certain cave on the floating island of Heavenly Water Town, a crackling sound rang out. A youth was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The youth's clothes were drenched, and he was gasping for breath. Who knew what he had just experienced? Phew, I've finally made it. Ha ha ha! This time, I should be really invincible among my peers. Han Fei looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei level 6, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 1,288, 249. Spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality, upgradable. Weapon, purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. He had already felt the bottleneck. Sure enough, his spiritual energy was stuck at 249 points. Han Fei felt that he could make a breakthrough. But a breakthrough required a lot of spiritual energy, and his consumption of spiritual energy was a bit high. Chapter 40. At the port. Huh, I can't go to sea? Sister Chin said, given that you encountered 2 fish tides in a row and your fishing boat was damaged, the inspectors think that you may have offended someone, so you are not allowed to go to sea for now. There are only 9 days left before your fishing trial. I suggest you consolidate your cultivation during this period. Han Fei asked, have you found the culprit? Sister Chin said, no evidence, but we have reason to suspect that the tigers did this. The tigers? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He was not surprised to know the answer at all. How could an ordinary person destroy a fishing boat in a place like the port without being noticed? In this way, the things he blackmailed from Li Ju seemed not worth mentioning at all. Okay, Sister Chin, I'll go back first. Since he couldn't go to sea, he had no source of spiritual energy, which was intolerable to Han Fei. In the market, all kinds of food stalls had begun to advertise, and people were shuttling back and forth. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone shouting, water, water, clean rainwater. 20 sea coins per caddy. By now, only 500 caddies. Someone bargained, boss, 20 sea coins? That's too expensive. Didn't it rain a few days ago? Your asking price is too high. Someone echoed, Old Chin, 18 caddies per caddy. Give me 10 caddies. Old Chin chuckled. Expensive? The last time it rained was half a month ago. I had to squeeze out 500 caddies myself. Besides, the sea has been calm recently. The next time it rains may be half a month later. The water will only get more and more expensive. 20 sea coins per caddy, no bargaining. Buy it if you want it. The crowd was slightly quiet. Then someone said, fine, Old Chin, give me 20 caddies. Give me 10 caddies. Give me 50 caddies. Dumbfounded, Han Fei watched that 500 caddies of water were sold out in only 2 minutes. He couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't it too fast to make money? He made a mid-quality pearl in just a few minutes. Was water so valuable nowadays? It made sense. The floating islands were not connected to the earth veins, but flew in the sky without source water. They could only form rain through the evaporation of the sea. But unexpectedly, the rainfall here didn't seem to be too frequent, which led to a serious shortage of water resources. But the seawater resources here are endless. Wouldn't he be rich by making distilled water? While he was thinking, he passed by a beggar. Wait, something's not right. Levitating island. Everyone was cultivating. Where did this beggar come from? The beggar's face was covered in dirt, and he was holding a broken bowl and swaying it back and forth. However, The moment the beggar saw Han Fei, he stepped back in horror, got up and tried to run away. "Stop, don't move." The beggar quickly begged for mercy. "Young master, please spare my life. I've already been kicked out." Han Fei was stunned. "Are you Brother Gang?" The beggar shook his head. "Xiao Gang, you can just call me Xiao Gang." "Han Fei, you're not dead." Hearing this, Li Gang's legs trembled. "So you really want me to die?" Since learning that Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, Brother Gang's lackeys were all dead. Brother Gang had to spend all of his family's assets to barely survive, but he was still hung on a pole by the tigers for 3 days. Fortunately, he used to be a nobody in the East City. Many people knew him, so he didn't end up being killed. But even so, he was kicked out of the tigers by Li Ju and his heart was broken. At this moment, he had less than 10% of his strength, which was quite miserable. Li Gang hugged Han Fei's leg and said, "Young master, please spare me. I can't die. Little Red is still waiting for me to raise her. If I die, Little Red will be taken away by others." Han Fei shrugged. "Who wants to kill you? I'm very kind." Li Gang secretly complained, "You're not kind at all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this today." Han Fei asked, "Were you kicked out of the tigers?" Li Gang nodded miserably, and there was still fear in his eyes. He couldn't afford to offend Han Fei now. Han Fei had an idea. "How about this? How about you follow me in the future? I'll take you to eat and drink well." "Huh. Huh." Li Gang suspected that he had heard wrong. "He won't kill me? Is he kidding me?" Han Fei shrugged. "What? How about this? Clean yourself up and come to my house to find me. I happen to be short of manpower now. I'll give you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you can seize it or not." Although Li Gang was a gangster, he was also very cunning. Could he follow Han Fei? Of course, his brother was Tang Ge when a man became a Taoist. So would Han Fei have a bad life in the future? Obviously not. But what did he have that caught Han Fei's attention? Did he want him to collect protection fees? Thinking of the 2 times he was robbed by Han Fei, Li Gang thought it was very possible. Half an hour later, Li Gang came, but his face was pale, which showed that he was seriously injured. But his dirty face had been cleaned up. When Li Gang came, Han Fei was fiddling with some bottles and pots, and even took out the big pot at home. Li Gang didn't know what he was doing. Seeing Li Gang, Han Fei asked without raising his head, "How much strength do you have left?" Li Gang trembled. About the same as a level 2 fisher." Li Gang wanted to die. Did he want to become a beggar? Of course not. But fishing with the strength of a level 2 fisher would be courting death. Han Fei raised his head in surprise. "Huh, are you crippled?" Li Gang's face was ugly. "Not really. It's just that this kind of recovery pill is too expensive. It's worth up to 10 mid-quality pearls," Han Fei sneered. "That's why I said that if you work for bad guys, you will be ruthlessly abandoned at any time." With that, Han Fei took out a dozen mid-quality pearls and placed them in front of Li Gang. "I can help you heal your injuries, but don't betray me. However, you can't betray me. Otherwise, you won't just be injured. Your Lil Red might really be snatched away by someone else." Li Gang's eyes were full of disbelief. A dozen mid-quality pearls were for him? Li Gang's heart warmed up and he immediately burst into tears. "Young master, I, Li Gang, am yours from now on. If you ask me to hunt ironhead fish, I will never hunt spirit swallowing fish." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't call me young master. Call me young master from now on. Tell me, is there any seasonings on our island?" "What seasonings?" "It's a seasoning that can make food more delicious. For example, salt." Han Fei hadn't had a decent meal since he came to this world. Almost everything he ate was salted, but salt alone was useless. Could salt get rid of the fishy smell of seafood? Li Gang was suddenly enlightened. "Oh, young master, you mean spices. But spices are things that only the rich can afford. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Really? Li Gang nodded. Yes, but ordinary people generally don't eat them. Most spices can only be bought with mid-quality pearls. Han Fei was a little disappointed. That was too expensive. He had planned to open a barbecue stall and sell some distilled water. But the price of spices was so high that he could only make some for himself. What about wine? Li Gang said wine is cheap. The fish head wine is only 30 sea coins per caddy. Young master, do you want to drink wine? Let's go. Show me the spices first. On the south side of the floating island, near the cliff, there was a plantation of 1,000 acres. Looking at the flourishing vegetation here, Han Fei asked in surprise, "Are there farmers on the island?" Li Gang scratched his head. That's not it. I heard that in the beginning there were people in the town who came to plant spiritual herbs. Maybe because our island's environment isn't good, they couldn't grow them. In the end, all the spiritual herbs degenerated, and many of them became spices. But even so, many people think that spices are also spiritual herbs, so spices are very expensive. The plantation was guarded by an old man who was basking in the sun with a jar of wine in his hand. He didn't seem to see Han Fei and Li Gang at all. Han Fei stepped forward. "Grandpa, we're here to buy spices." The old man opened one eye and glanced at Han Fei. Then he continued to bask in the sun and said unhurriedly, "You can't afford it." Han Fei's face was gloomy. "Why can't I afford it? I still have 50 mid-quality pearls." The old man raised his hand and pointed at a wooden shelf not far away. "They're all over there. 1 mid-quality pearl for each." Han Fei walked over curiously, only to be dumbfounded at first glance. Chapter 41. Han Fei was shocked. Could there be similar plants in the universe? Although the strawberry looked as big as a fist, it was clearly a strawberry. No matter how big it grew, it was still a strawberry. Li Gang introduced. "Huh? Young master, this is a red fruit. I bought it before. I thought it was a spiritual fruit based on its color. But it doesn't have any reaction at all. It's just delicious." Li Gang smacked his lips as he introduced it. Unfortunately, it was too extravagant to trade a mid-quality pearl for a strawberry, so he could only stare at it. Han Fei chuckled. It would be strange if you had any reaction after eating it. Since when did strawberries become spiritual fruits? When Han Fei took a closer look, he was speechless. What was in it? He saw figs the size of apples, raisins the size of fists, dates, persimmons, peaches, cherries. They were all several times bigger. There were also a lot of flowers. After searching for a long time, Han Fei found a few that he recognized, such as roses, crabapples, kaffir lilies, chrysanthemums, peonies. In terms of color, any of them would be the most precious of treasures on earth. There were almost 1,000 species on the way, and Han Fei recognized almost 100 of them. Wait, potatoes? Han Fei's eyes glittered as he found a potato the size of a watermelon. There were potatoes in this alternate world. Then Han Fei saw carrots, yams, peanuts, red peppers, garlic. Shoot, garlic. Looking at the garlic the size of a finger, Han Fei immediately thought of garlic crayfish and swallowed. Unfortunately, to Han Fei's disappointment, everything here was sold individually. How could he afford it? He even felt that even the village leader might not be able to afford it. Then he found dozens of other plants that he knew one after another. Those were just the ones he knew. There were 1,000 more that he didn't know. Breathing quickly, Han Fei came to the old man and asked, "Grandpa, what if you can't sell these spices?" The old man smacked his lips lazily and gulped down a mouthful of wine. After a few sips, he said lazily, "If I can't sell them, I'll just throw them to the ground. They'll grow back." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "If you can't sell them, you'll just throw them to the ground? Isn't that a waste?" The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Han Fei. "You want them? Give me the money." "Not so many." The old man waved his hand. "Go away if you don't have money." Don't disturb my sleep. Han Fei's face was dark. It was not his style to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. He was almost certain that this old man was no ordinary person. Otherwise, this place would have been robbed long ago. How could it be like this, with not a single person in sight? After a long silence, Han Fei said, "Grandpa, I see that no one cares about your garden. Do you want me to give you a hand?" Without opening his eyes, O.L. Amos said, "Kid, come back when you awaken your spiritual beast." Han Fei squinted. "Okay." On the way back, Han Fei looked back many times. Garlic, clams, prawns. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. It would have been fine if he didn't know that there were such things in this world before, but now that he knew, he definitely couldn't give up. After all, he still had to stay in this godforsaken place for a long, long, long time. Li Gang was baffled. "Young master, this old man is very arrogant. Should we go and teach him a lesson? Also, the spiritual fruits don't have any effect at all. Are you really going to farm for this old man?" Han Fei asked. "Teach him a lesson? Gang Z, do you know what gangsters are most afraid of?" "Huh." Han Fei said, "They're most afraid of mistakes. I can guarantee that if you dare to teach this old man a lesson, he can throw you into the ocean from the floating island with one hand." "What? That's not going to happen. I've never heard of this old man fighting anyone." Too lazy to explain to him, Han Fei simply asked, "Gang Z, how do you think I can make money quickly?" Li Gang replied without thinking, "Collect protection fees." "Get lost." Han Fei pondered as he walked. If he couldn't go to sea, he couldn't have fish tides, and if he couldn't have fish tides, he couldn't absorb spiritual energy. Although he still had 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, he dared not use them. What if he couldn't suppress himself and made a breakthrough after he reached the peak of level 6? He didn't have that enormous amount of spiritual energy. As for the school, he couldn't drink the swallowed spirit soup anymore. Did he have to buy fish from the market? No, that's too extravagant. Alas, I really want to open a barbecue stall. Han Fei took a deep breath. Forget it. There's only one way. Gang Z go buy wine. Li Gang asked, "Young master, how many caddies do you want?" "Huh, try 100 caddies first." Pooh, Li Gang was stunned. "What? 100 caddies?" Han Fei said, "Just buy it." "Yes, young master." One day later, Han Fei finally made a jar of hard liquor. The alcohol content on the floating island was very low, although he didn't know how to ferment it with fish heads. As long as it was liquor, he could always purify it. So, after a day of hard work, a jar of liquor with a high alcohol content was made. Han Fei said, "Gang Z, come here." Li Gang had recovered 30% of his strength. He swooshed over to Han Fei. "Young master." Han Fei said, "Have a taste of this wine." Li Gang didn't know what Han Fei was doing. Anyway, he knew that the 100 caddies of wine he bought were now only 40 caddies. When Han Fei poured the wine out, a burst of fragrance greeted his nose, and Li Gang's eyes lit up. "Young master, this wine smells so good." Li Gang picked up the bowl and enjoyed it for a while. Then he drank all the wine in the bowl in one gulp. "Ah, ouch, roar, it's burning." Li Gang looked horrified. He felt that Han Fei was trying to kill him, and his throat was almost spewing fire. But why did it feel a little good? After dozens of seconds, Li Gang was panting and his face was red. Young master." Bam! Seeing Li Gang's head fall to the ground. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. "Hey, does that old man like to drink?" In the plantation, Han Fei walked in with a pot of 20 caddies of wine. There was still only an old man basking in the sun. Pop! Han Fei lifted the lid of the wine, and the fragrance of the wine immediately spread. The old man, who had been lazily basking in the sun, suddenly bounced up and stared at Han Fei with narrowed eyes. "Is this wine?" Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I specially brought it for you. Have a taste?" The old man quickly picked up the wine jar, sniffed it, and immediately became spirited. Good wine. With that, the old man raised his head and took a sip, which made Han Fei's eyebrows jump. This old man was really wild. Ha ha ha! Ultra-quality wine. Where did you find this wine? At this moment, the old man was completely different from before, looking at Han Fei expectantly. Han Fei said, Don't worry about where I got it. Anyway, in the entire Heavenly Water Village, only I have it. The old man smiled. Not just in the Heavenly Water Village. You can't find such good wine, even in the city. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. In the city? This old man was really not an ordinary person. According to He Xiaoyu, even the village leader had only been to the town. Few people in the entire Heavenly Water Village had been to the city. Blushing, the old man drank another mouthful of wine and said, Tell me, boy, what do you want from me? Han Fei said, I want to exchange this wine for your spices, Grandpa. The old man nodded and said, This is indeed rare wine. I've never seen such strong wine in my life. It's a treasure. In that case, I'll give you 100 kilograms of it. Han Fei felt surprised. Good heavens, a big strawberry cost a mid-quality pearl yesterday, and now it's 100 kilograms? Okay. Han Fei immediately took out a big bag from his back, walked to the red pepper and garlic, and dug into the bag. The old man exclaimed in surprise, Little child, these two things are not delicious. One is so spicy that you want to spit fire, and the other has a pungent smell. The red fruit, on the other hand, is sweet and sour and tastes first class. Han Fei didn't care, but raised his head and asked, Grandpa, do you have ginger here? What is it? Well, they grow underground, and when you dig them up, they're all yellow. The old man understood. Are you talking about the yellow ball? Isn't the yellow ball over there? Han Fei saw that the old man pointed at the potato and quickly shook his head. It's flatter than that. Flat. The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. Are you talking about the tongue numbness? That thing is not delicious. My tongue will go numb when I eat it. I didn't dig it in the ground. But how do you know about the tongue numbness? Han Fei grinned. You don't have to worry about that. I'll bring it to you when I'm done. The old man narrowed his eyes. You want to refine medicine? I'm afraid you can't. These are all spiritual flowers and fruits of the lowest quality. They are almost useless for the human body. Even if they can be refined into pills, the effect won't be much better. Han Fei said, You'll know when the time comes. Under the guidance of the old man, Han Fei dug 100 kilograms of ginger, peppers, and garlic. Chapter 42. At the departure port. In the center of the bazaar, Han Fei spent 10 mid-quality pearls to rent a booth. It was obvious that every inch of land here was extremely valuable. At this moment, there was a sign erected here, attracting the attention of countless people. Someone said disdainfully, Oh, you sure talk big. #1 delicacy in the world. Are you bragging? One of the other vendors sneered. Have you been to the world? You still call this the most delicious food in the world. Someone was curious. What are they going to do here? Standing in front of the barbecue grill, Han Fei shouted to the crowd, Today the world's most delicious barbecue stall officially opens. Everything is half price. I guarantee that you'll eat until your tongue falls off. From then on, you'll fall in love with our world's most delicious barbecue stall. Barbecue stall? What is that? A passerby asked curiously. Don't worry. I'll make some for you later. You can have a taste for free. If you don't like it, it's free. Really? Kid, you can make the decision, right? Is it free if it's not delicious? Of course, I mean what I say. Gang Z, start the fire. On the long barbecue rack, there were small white fish, big conches, big clams, big yellow croaker slices, small octopus tentacles, small white shrimp. Dozens of seafood were placed on it. Han Fei, on the other hand, was quite happy. All the seafood he touched was drained of spiritual energy, which meant that all the barbecue here had no spiritual energy. When Han Fei took out a red pepper, he shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, you may not believe me, but I'm a red pepper. This is a red tear fruit, a type of spiritual fruit. Do you know how much it costs? 1 mid-quality pearl." Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. A spiritual fruit that cost a mid-quality pearl was being bought as a snack. Someone said in disbelief, "Liar, how could such a luxurious thing be used to make food? How much did you sell it for?" Han Fei said, "I can make dozens of servings of this spiritual fruit. It's not expensive. As for the price, we guarantee that we will not cheat anyone. All the prices are written on this board." When Han Fei showed the price board, everyone was in an uproar again. Someone criticized, "Kid, aren't you cheating us? You're selling little white fish for 10 low-quality pearls per caddy? You've increased it by dozens of times." "That's right, his heart is too black. You're selling the clam for 20 low-quality pearls? That's more than 100 times the price. No matter how delicious it is, I won't buy it. 10 days of hard work, and I can only buy a small octopus. What a loss. I'll only try the free food. I'll leave after I'm done. If it wasn't for the title of the world's most delicious food hanging here, I wouldn't have stopped to look. I really want to see what kind of ability this little kid has to make the most delicious food in the world." The crowd was full of criticism, and Li Gang's forehead was full of sweat. When he first saw the price board, he was also shocked. He wouldn't believe that someone would eat such expensive food. However, Han Fei took out the ginger and garlic and shouted, "Whether it's worth it or not depends on how you see it. Even if it was a small white fish, would it still be an ordinary small white fish after I added 3 kinds of spiritual fruits? In addition to the 3 types of spirit fruits, I also used the best quality fish oil and the appropriate amount of salt. Just don't refuse to leave later." Someone sneered, "Who knows if the spiritual fruit is real or not?" Exactly. No one has seen what a spiritual fruit looks like. Do you think it's a spiritual fruit just because you say it's a spiritual fruit? How can a spiritual fruit only cost 1 mid-quality pearl? Han Fei nodded. "Whether it's true or not, you can go to the southern plantation to have a look. All the spiritual fruits in this shop are guaranteed to be authentic. But if it's a fraud, I'll pay you 10 times the price if it's fake." Wow, really? How dare he say that? It doesn't seem to be fake. Does this little kid have so much money? Huh, isn't this the good-for-nothing Han Fei? Someone responded, "I heard that Tango is his brother and gave him a lot of benefits. Now he is no longer a good-for-nothing, but a genius." At this moment, Han Fei had brushed the fish oil several times. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Is fish oil free? Fish oil is very expensive. That's a caddy of fish oil that can only be extracted from countless fish. It's very expensive, but Han Fei just casually used it, and the fish oil was dripping into the fire, which made everyone's heart ache. Some people even secretly whispered, "This is clearly a spendthrift." On the side, Li Gang had already crushed the peppers and garlic into pieces and was ready to be used. When Han Fei smeared the minced garlic on the barbecue, the crowd immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good. It's so fragrant. Is this the power of a spiritual fruit?" Someone was shocked. It's said that spiritual fruits are like this. The fragrance can spread around and make people unable to walk. It seems that this spiritual fruit is real. At this moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Han Fei kept swallowing. And when the peppers were brushed on the barbecue, the fragrance became stronger again. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, it's almost ready. In a few minutes, the first batch of barbecue will be ready. The first batch is free. Don't fight for it. If it's delicious, you can support my shop. Half price today, half price today, half price today, half price today." I'll repeat this 3 times. 2 minutes later, Han Fei shouted, "Okay, little gang, next batch." A crowd of people moved, and everyone stared at the barbecue in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei cut the barbecue into hundreds of pieces with a blade fish dagger and shouted, "Come on, don't fight for it. Everyone have a taste." Let me. Get out of the way. I'll try it first. I got here first. Boy, you give it to me first. Don't push. I'll try it for you. Li Gang was a little dumbfounded. Were they all so enthusiastic? They were just trying to taste the spiritual fruit. Who would really spend money on such expensive food? A young man who was at the front of the line was the first to get a sample. He got a big clam, which was golden and had 3 kinds of spiritual fruits on it. It smelled very fragrant. When the clam was put into his mouth, he was shocked. See God, why is there such a delicious thing in this world? Is it still clam meat? How can clam meat be so delicious? It's simply, the young man was dumbfounded. His poor vocabulary couldn't express his feelings at this moment at all. Not only this young man, but all the people who got the samples were stunned. The taste was delicious and fragrant. The heat and touch of the sea clam completely covered the fishy smell of the sea clam. Everyone felt that the taste buds on their tongues were opened, and every muscle on the tip of the tongue was jumping. It's delicious. It's so delicious. I've never tasted anything so delicious. Sea God, isn't this a wonderful taste that only the sea god can have? I can't believe it has appeared in the mortal world. Many people were drooling after they finished the food. Looking at the new batch of barbecue on the grill, nobody was going to leave. Many people who were about to go out to sea to fish froze in their positions and didn't want to move away. Those who didn't get a sample at the back stood on their tiptoes and looked around. Not to mention that so many people said it was delicious. They couldn't stand the smell alone. Han Fei looked at them. And said, "Don't push. Spread out and don't block their way. It's no longer free from now on, but it's half price. Hurry up if you want to buy. I want a caddy of yellow fish. I want 5 caddies of white fish. Then I want a little octopus. I want a whole clam." Someone looked at the man next to him and said, "Didn't you just say that you only eat free food?" The man snorted. "You must have a conscience. How can you eat without paying? I'm going to support this little boy's business." There was a swarm of heads as everyone gathered around. Li Gang was dumbfounded. Didn't they just say that they wouldn't buy it? Weren't they cursing just now? Why did they all change their faces? Li Gang felt that he was drooling too. It smelled really delicious. Even though the price was 100 times higher, people were still buying it. That was unbelievable. He had never thought that anyone would buy a clam with 20 low-quality pearls. That was the most extravagant thing he had ever seen. As Han Fei continued barbecuing gradually, the whole street was filled with people who couldn't help but come here. Some people smelled an alluring fragrance as soon as they arrived at the entrance of the market. Some people were about to go to sea when they smelled the fragrance and wanted to take a look. Zhang Han was leisurely eating sea melon seeds in the shop. When the fragrance drifted into his nose, he immediately dropped the sea melon seeds. It smelled too good. Could it be that someone was cooking something? Even Sister Qin, who was the coldest in the port, frowned. She couldn't help but swallow when she smelled an indescribable fragrance from the market. Chapter 43. Zhang Han pushed the crowd aside. He was too curious about what could emit such an alluring fragrance. When the crowd slightly dispersed, Zhang Han saw the words "world's most delicious food," and Han Fei was standing in front of the barbecue stall brushing fish oil, his face extremely serious, and Li Gang, who was knocked down by Han Fei before, was helping him. Zhang Han opened his mouth, not quite sure what to do. "Why aren't you fishing? Why are you running a stall? Aren't you going to take the fishing trial in a few days? Are you giving up already?" Then Zhang Han saw the shocking price list. 10 low-quality pearls for a white fish and 20 low-quality pearls for a clam? Hiss! Zhang Han gasped. He thought that he was already a scammer. It was not unusual for him to cheat people of dozens of sea coins or 1 or 2 low-quality pearls. But it seemed that he was a businessman with a conscience. The price of the clam had been increased by hundreds of times, and people were still buying it. The key was that there were many people buying it, and some people were still fighting for it. Kid, give me a big clam. Boy, I'd like 10 prawns. Little boss, I'd like 2 conches. Zhang Han was shocked. What a huge profit. Han Fei had seen Zhang Han a long time ago. He couldn't help but ask, Manager Zhang, do you want anything? My stall just opened today. Everything is half price. You can't miss it. Zhang Han gasped again. 10 low-quality pearls for your white fish. Han Fei said only 5 today. Zhang Han, what's wrong with 5? Do you think it's too little? 5 low-quality pearls were 500 sea coins, which was enough for dozens of white fish. Han Fei was generous enough to give 3 prawns to Zhang Han. Zhang Han received it in a daze. Looking at the golden and dazzling prawn meat and the powdery substance on top of it, he took a bite and was immediately stupefied. How could there be such a delicious thing in this world? God knew what was on Zhang Han's mind. He asked, Have you paid the management fee for your stall? Not just Han Fei. Many other people looked at Zhang Han in surprise. You're still thinking about such things at a time like this? Don't you want to savor this delicacy? Han Fei smiled and patted his price board. Zhang Han glanced at it. 1 low-quality pearl for 1 prawn. He almost jumped to his feet. Did I just eat a low-quality pearl in 1 bite? Zhang Han stepped forward. Han Fei, why is it so expensive? Li Gang had always been at odds with Zhang Han. At this moment, he said proudly, What do you know? 3 kinds of spiritual fruits are used as auxiliary materials. And you still think it's expensive? What do you think? What? Zhang Han almost threw away the prawns in his hand. Spiritual fruits as spices? Was Han Fei crazy? However, when Zhang Han saw the red pepper, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was speechless and said, Don't tell me that the spiritual fruit you mentioned was obtained from the old man in the plantation. Of course. Zhang Han knew about the plantation. Not only did he know about it, but he had also been there and bought a mid-quality pearl and a spiritual fruit. It was delicious, but it was completely useless. The spiritual energy he gained after eating it was not even as much as that of a yellow croaker. Han Fei said, There are thousands of spiritual fruits. Some can help with breakthroughs. Some are helpful for cultivation, and some are natural spices that can bring happiness. Zhang Han's face was gloomy. Happiness my ass. Han Fei asked, Manager Zhang, do you want anything else? Without saying a word, Zhang Han snorted and left gloomily. Ever since Han Fei became the angel's disciple, Han Fei had changed. His words and actions were completely different from before. Was Han Fei also changed by the angel? If that was the case, Han Fei was really untouchable. In just one day, Han Fei was so busy that he had handled at least 800 tons of seafood. He had only used up less than half of the materials, and he had earned more than 5,000 low-quality pearls, which was equivalent to 50 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He joined the tigers to make a good life for Little Red, but he had never made so much money. That was 50 mid-quality pearls. Ordinary people might not have that much money even if they didn't eat or drink for decades. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Gangzi, come and take over. I'm exhausted. Li Gang was surprised that Han Fei was asking him to do the work. Li Gang said, How can I do that? Han Fei said gloomily, Do you want me to die of exhaustion? Come and take over. With that, Han Fei let go and sat aside to rest. Looking at the buckets of white fish, yellow croakers, prawns, and conchas behind him, he felt that spiritual energy was surging at him. In just one day, he had absorbed almost 4,000 points of spiritual energy. Plus his own inventory, he had more than 5,000 points of spiritual energy. More importantly, he didn't suffer a loss. He only spent some money on 100 kilograms of fish head wine, which only cost 5 or 6 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang had learned it a long time ago. It was actually very simple to do. Splash the fish oil, splash the chili juice, and sprinkle some minced garlic. It couldn't have been easier. Han Fei took a rest and asked, Gang Zi, where are your lackeys? Li Gang didn't know how to answer. After all, his lackeys were already dead. Li Gang asked, they must have become fish dung. Han Fei asked, do you have any other lackeys? Li Gang replied, no. There aren't many gangsters in the village. I can't control the other gangsters. They're all in the gang. Han Fei asked, what is Little Red doing at home? Li Gang's face slightly changed. Young master, Little Red is my life. Little Red. Han Fei scoffed. Bah, what are you thinking? I mean, can you ask Little Red to help the world's best barbecue stall? I'll give you 10% of the profits. Li Gang was stunned. Young master, really? This was completely beyond Li Gang's expectation. After he was crippled by the tigers, he had planned to retire. If he wasn't careful enough, he might lose his life. But he didn't expect that Han Fei would help him. Not only did Han Fei cure his wounds, but he also asked for 10% of the profits from the barbecue stall. Li Gang asked again, young master, really? Han Fei said, why would I lie to you? I don't care about such a small amount of money right now. Li Gang was overjoyed. You don't care about it, but I do. Even if he only got 10% of the profits, according to today's sales, he would get 5 mid-quality pearls, and that was only half the price. Wouldn't it double if there was no discount? That was much more than what he made in the tigers. Han Fei handed a fish or a skewer of shrimp to Li Gang from time to time. Every time, the fish would be cold and their spiritual energy would be drained. But Han Fei never got tired of it. At night, the stall was about to close. Wang Jie and He Mingtang came. Seeing that Han Fei was here, Wang Jie was furious. Han Fei, what are you doing? Do you think you're a lowly fisherman? The fishing trial is around the corner. Why are you here instead of cultivating? Li Gang said angrily, Fishing Master Wang Jie, you can't say that. My young master is a man of great ability. A fishing trial is nothing to him. Shut up. Wang Jie said gloomily, Han Fei, speak for yourself. Han Fei said solemnly, Master, we cultivators have a weak foundation. It's time to lay the foundation. Only with enough money can we support our cultivation. Wang Jie said, speak human language. Han Fei said, I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. I need to make some money to buy some ancillary spiritual fluids. Wang Jie said, how much money can you make from your stall? I didn't believe it when I heard that my student was setting up a stall. I didn't expect that you would really be here. Han Fei said, Master, it's very profitable. I've made 50 mid-quality pearls. Wang Jie said, shut up. Is 50 mid-quality pearls a big deal? Wait, how many mid-quality pearls did you say? Han Fei said 50. He Mingtang asked, Han Fei, are your mid-quality pearls yellow fish? 50. Clatter. Li Gang tossed the box of low-quality pearls out and fiddled with them. I told you that my young master is awesome. This box is almost full. Wang Jie, He Mingtang, Wang Jie and He Mingtang finally noticed the price of Han Fei's barbecue. Hiss! Both of them sucked in a cold breath. Wang Jie asked, It's so expensive. Is anybody buying it? Han Fei immediately said to Li Gang, Little Gang, roast some prawns and clams for Mr. Wang and Mr. He after we close the stall. Li Gang asked, are you paying? Han Fei was lost for words. Why are you so ignorant? How can I ask for money when I'm a teacher? A moment later, Han Fei saw that Wang Jie and He Mingtang were almost drooling. Both of them were shocked by the intense aroma. When Wang Jie learned that Han Fei added 3 kinds of spiritual fruits to the clams, he was lost for words. Are you a tycoon? But after a mouthful of prawns, Wang Jie shut up. He Mingtang said, Han Fei, can you get a few more prawns? I'll bring some for He Xiaoyu. Give me some of each.